Hey beasties, it's me. I have absolutely no clue what's going on, but Croco messaged me to say John was sick. And so for those that were invested in this, I figured I would pop it up. So there's about to be lots and lots of comments and questions and stupid, because I have no clue what's going on. Sanji, can you hear me? Hey, Kelt. Hey, Kelt. Guys, share it out, tweet it out. I don't know. Apparently, John's sick. I got a message a few minutes ago from Croco, and I said I would toss it up. Is this Croco? Hold
on. Nope.
There you are, Croco.
Thank you.
Okay, so they're not talking right now, right?
No, they're on break right now.
Okay, I was just making sure that I shared the audio. I think I shared the audio. Hey, Sin. Hey, Ardo. I've missed you, Ardo. Yeah, I got a message that apparently John's sick or something. Hey, Sandy. So this is like 3/4 asleep Loki. I haven't watched this other than me having a tantrum over like an hour's worth of. Hold on one second, guys.
Worth of so-called firearms expert.
Okay. Sorry, I twattered the link. Thank you, Ardo. Yeah, guys, put the link out, do all the things. I literally, Croco messaged me and I was like, okay. I guess I'm doing this. I have no clue what I'm doing, but I guess I'm doing it right now. So that's what we're doing right now. But I have no clue.
That's okay. I'm here. I can help.
That's fine. At 11:30, I do have an important phone call, but it won't last real long. But I'll just mute it, and Croc should be here. I know Croc has stuff to do today. And most of you guys, I think Ardo, aren't you a mod? Ardo, are you wrenched?
No, I don't believe he is, actually.
Wrench Ardo for me.
2 seconds. I don't believe he is, actually.
Honey, if you're going to use tablet, grab earphones, because my microphone will pick it up. Go ask Aki to get them. Sorry, I have a little person in bed with me. He'll get them. Just tell Aki Mommy said. Hey, Patty. Ardo, you've been wrenched.
But you already got it?
No, or is being wrenched.
He is being wrenched.
Yes, and if you hear a mini, that's because she's in my bed eating golden grams with marshmallows as bribery while I do this, because I got nothing. Can you hear anything on theirs, like even their background noise?
No. Mics are off over there.
No, I can hear a little bit of background noise. Okay, or maybe I'm crazy. We all know I'm crazy. Okay, that's fine. I just wanted to make sure I was sharing the audio. Croc, you can change the name of the stream. I just threw something up as I turned it on. Hold on one second.
All right. Ardo's all set. Actually, I'm not sure if I can. Not direct. Oh, yes, I can. I forget.
You have every permission on my channel.
Yes. I remember. Give me a second.
Okay, honey, you
I
have
was
to put your
thinking.
headphones
I was
in.
thinking I was gonna try and do that through StreamYard. Why would I do that? There's no reason.
That's fine, princess. You can whatever. I can't listen to your tablet while I stream because everybody will hear Pokey Dev or whatever you're watching. Yes, it's Trenton. You can turn them off. I am here. Hey, Caroline. Yeah, again, you guys are gonna owe me lots of help because other than the hour that I watched last night while having a stroke over somebody who claims to know what a firearm is, I got nothing. So we're gonna watch it. So like, subscribe, share, tell everybody that might be looking for John's stuff since he's apparently sick. I have not heard anything. Trenton, later I'm gonna go back over the end of the firearms talk from yesterday, and I'll cover firearms talk from this morning that I missed.
Well, I should be back from what I'm doing then. But well, actually, before then. So.
What, sweetie? Okay. It's okay. You should still be able to hear enough. Just turn it up. I will order you new ones from Target right now. I'm going to get you new ones right now, dear. Sorry, guys. I have a small person with me. So my apologies. You will hear her intermittently, but I can only do so much when I've had like 12 minutes notice.
But yeah, no. I don't think anybody here minds Michael running around.
That's fine. I mean, I don't honestly, like, I know my people don't mind. I don't know who's coming or like who we will get from whatever. You can put it in a comment under John's comment about being sick.
Oh, he'd probably get really mad at me if I did that.
I'll message him. Or I'll post something on my Twitter. It's not a big deal. I'm just trying to settle because I know his chat can get a little grumpy.
Well, I'm not familiar with that one, Ardo. Here we go. Okay, anybody wants to see the adjusted title, hit the refresh.
Because again, I'm going with Croco has to do these things. I literally rolled out of bed. And was doing mom things. I was doing the mom things. And then the Loki, I think Thomas and Sanji must have turned on the Loki signal. Which wasn't nice. I mean, it is, but it'd be nice to the Loki signal.
And it involved actually picking up my phone, my smartphone, and using it for a thing that it was actually intended to do.
What? Talking to me?
Text messages.
Yeah.
I very rarely text.
I very rarely use a phone unless I have to. Okay, hold on, guys. I'm just trying to get everything settled. Because, like I said, this was not what I had planned for my morning.
Well,
But I am trying to be a good friend to John's viewers, and to our viewers, and to our people that are invested, who may not be able to watch it, or who don't watch law and crime stuff on principle.
yeah, I try not to.
Which is fine. I mean, this particular trial isn't my thing. I'm just trying to be a good Loki and help.
Thank you, Ardo. I was not aware of that, but yeah, no, that would be kind of neat. An automatic shotgun.
They actually did make one for a very short period of time, and since automatic weapons are banned.
Hey, Greg.
Hey, Greg.
But yeah, John, I think has been the only folks outside of law and crime that are doing this at all. So,
And that's fine. And if you guys know people that we're looking forward to or trying to find John streaming it since he's apparently ill, they are welcome here in the lair.
all right. So, our story thus far, and this is a recap of what has happened today. Hey, all right. The prosecution called its final witness, who lasted a grand total of like 5 minutes, and the defense just finished up with its first witness. It's their turn now. Finally, they've got like a day and a half. They've got a day and some change to get their entire case done. They seem to think they can do it. I'm all for that. But yeah, the prosecution finally rested about 7 o'clock this morning, my time.
Okay. Like I said, we'll come back later and look at like the firearmsy stuff. But this was literally like, hold on, let me stumble upstairs to my laptop while making breakfast for tiny people. That's how organized I am right now. Because I'm trying to be a good Loki. And I haven't had coffee.
I've got some coffee. You want some?
No.
Oh, that's right. It doesn't go through the microphone very well. Sorry.
No, but Patty's cooties do.
It's okay, Debbie. We don't mind. Okay, Newton's got a question for you.
Yeah, give me 1 second and I'll answer it. Sorry. I'm just trying to get like 2 things situated real quick. And then I will gladly answer.
Okay, let me do a thing over here.
Okay.
And if Patty wants to drop in, she can.
That's fine. And they're ordered. Well, Debbie, if you guys can get me to 1,000, you can all have green names.
Yeet.
How many types of competition skeet shotguns, Anubis? There's no actual number. Because the thing is, Croc, is the background noise going to stop quickly?
Yes, it will. I apologize.
Okay. Well, no, I just one earbud. There are at least almost an infinite number, because when you look at competition shooting, you have a couple options. There's stock class, which means you can't change things. There's a modified restricted class, which means you can change certain things. And then there's the open class, which is what I do with pistol. Well, I mean, I do them all, but like when you're talking open class, a lot of them are race guns that have very, very quick resets, very heavy springs, very light short pull. So it depends on what you're willing to spend or machine. Anubis. So
Okay, I am shushing for a couple of minutes to do some typing, and I will be back.
but that's fine. Just make sure you're back by 11:30.
Well, it's gonna be 5 minutes. Seriously.
That's fine.
Law and Crime does not have a timer up, so, and this break has been significantly extended. And it was probably closer to 6:30. They had they had the one lady up for a few minutes and then gave it up. NASEAUS. Debbie.
What if I can't spell? How do they like have like cocaine parties off screen or something? Like, what are they doing? Like, I have questions. Like, what are you people doing? I don't understand.
They are getting prep. They are getting the next witness. They're getting the next witness in, getting things prepped, etc. This was supposed to be their regular mid-morning break, and they're a little over right now.
Okay. Let me find my own link. Is that sad I can't find my own link? Crack.
Yes.
Hold on, I'm a train wreck right now. John, sorry guys. John's texting me. John's texting. Hey, turn it down while you're typing like that, please.
Oh, sorry, I forgot.
It just picks it up really loud.
Okay, I click here.
I know, you know what I mean. I don't really care. All I could hear is loud, 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 and I can't concentrate because I'm a squirrel today with not enough caffeine or sleep. Okay. Hopefully we should get sound now. John said thank you. Okay, there we go. John said thank you and he's going to put up something.
Almost done.
Well, the judge is like, okay, I'm back. Let's start. And like, now, we're still not starting. Sweetheart, you want some of this? And like I said, I'm going to apologize multiple times.
Judge Sabella is a cool dude. He's got seems to have an infinite amount of patience.
Which is fine. I'm just going to apologize 8 million times. I am entertaining a small person next to me. Because this was not on my agenda for the day. Bonesy Gay, I don't know that, but yesterday when I was watching some of it, It looks like it looked like he was just reconsidering his life choices that had led him this far. When they were talking, the look on his face is like, I am contemplating all of my life decisions that have landed me this far. So,
yeah, it was kind of a bit like that. He doesn't look too happy right now. This is
no, he's trying to find the same where he was on Candy Crush. Or like on that King's whatever. I move this and pop this. How many moves do I have left to get this last thing? Should I use this power up or that power up? Is literally what this man looks like he's doing. Give Belle a hug for me, please, Croc.
Yep, we'll do here in a minute.
I'm just saying, I love me some Belle. Yeah, I really think he's Bone. I really think he is trying to figure out if he can beat a level of a game with the number of moves he has left. That is the face of concentration when you're playing like Candy Crush or King's Cup or whatever they call them. So yes, yeah, John is okay. He's just not feeling well.
Yes, we're ready.
All right.
Woohoo!
Don't forget to like and subscribe.
Like, subscribe, share it out so John's ginger snaps that aren't a part of our group.
Jury is present and seated. Everyone
Let's
else
see
is
it.
seated
John
this time.
is
Ladies and
gonna
gentlemen of the
post
jury,
something in a
welcome
minute.
back. Did anyone discuss the case amongst themselves or with anyone else? Or was anyone exposed to anything about the case?
Does anyone need to tattletale on anybody else?
Excellent. Let the record reflect there are no hands. Again, thank you all very much. And at this time, I'm going to ask the defense to please call their next witness.
The defense would call Grant Sperry.
Mr. Sperry, welcome and good afternoon, good morning still. If you'll come forward to be sworn, if you'll raise your right hand, please. Thank you. Do you swear or affirm any testimony
I know
give in
you
this
are,
proceeding
Debbie.
will be the truth, the
We
whole
all
truth,
love
and nothing
you.
but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. If you'll follow the bailiff now to the ramp that leads up to the witness chair, please watch your step. Go ahead, have a seat, make yourself comfortable, and you let me know when you're ready. That microphone in front of you adjusts up and down.
I don't think they should give people swivel
You
chairs
may proceed, Mr. Escobar.
because I'd be going in
Please state your
circles
full
if they
name
gave
and
me a
address for the
swivel chair.
record.
No problem, Sandy.
My name is Grant R. Sperry, S-P-E-R-R.
Let me add those for you.
And I live at 7859 Cross Pike Drive in Germantown, Tennessee.
Mr. Sperry, what is your profession?
I am a forensic document examiner.
Let's go over a little bit of your background in being a forensic document examiner. Tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury where you first came into contact with this profession. First of all, let's get your educational background out. Can you tell
Right.
the ladies and gentlemen of the jury your educational background?
Yes, sir. I have a Bachelor of Science degree from the University of New York and Albany and some graduate study courses through Central Michigan University.
And so tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury where you first came into contact with this profession of yours.
I was in the Army for a number of years and was a military police.
Is this better for you, Sandy?
Well, I was a criminal investigator.
I made them a little bit bigger.
I always had an interest in white collar crimes and laboratories, forensic laboratories.
Sandy, does that work?
So I had an opportunity to apply with the U.S. Army Criminal Investigation Division's forensic laboratory in Georgia.
Hey, Maddie.
And I applied specifically for forensic document examination and was accepted and began training over 42 years ago now in that field.
Was your first full-time training a residency type of training that you went through?
Yes, sir. It was a 2-year in residence program dealing strictly only with forensic document examination. So it broke down to pretty much 104 weeks, 4,000 some hours of study and work and research in the area of forensic document examination under the supervision of forensic document examiners with many, many years of experience.
And was that with the U.S. Army Criminal Investigation Laboratory?
Yes, sir, it was. The U.S. Army Criminal Investigation Laboratory at the time, and I believe still, is the executive agency for the
Natty, you can't hit on Debbie without me. I already said I love her
that period of
first.
time, anything forensics that needed, whether it's crime scene processing, that needed the laboratory to assist,
Hi,
or
kids.
laboratory analysis itself, the U.S. Army Criminal Investigation
Nick,
Laboratory supported
can
the
you
Navy,
hear it?
Marines, Air
Is everything
Force,
okay?
of course, the Army.
Let me
It's
know
my
if there's
understanding that
anything
you
I
also
need to do
had some training with U.S. Secret Service. Is
or
that
anything
correct?
I can do to
Yes,
help
I,
it be more accessible for you
completed
guys.
the two-week orientation course, the Secret Service and document examination, and also completed the fundamentals of document examination of the FBI up in Washington many years ago. Upon completion of the 2-year program, of course, as the military will do, I was tested periodically over the course of that 2 years, and having successfully completed the training at the end of 2 years, I was certified by the Department of the Army and the Criminal Investigation Division as a forensic document examiner. And
Maddie, me too.
thus began my career in that area.
It's my understanding
Maddie, I'm
you've also
strapped in right there next to
participated
you.
with many other departments in this particular field as well. And let's just go over them if we can. The Georgia Bureau of Investigation Laboratory. Could you explain to the jury your contact with that particular outfit?
Yes, sir. The Criminal Investigation, the Army Laboratory, was headquartered at the time in Fort Gordon, Georgia, near Augusta, and eventually went to Fort Gillem, Georgia, which is in Atlanta. And as such, we did a lot of training and work with, actually we trained or helped train some of the folks at the Georgia Bureau of Investigation Laboratory. So received training at that laboratory and assisted them in some of their cases in addition to receiving training.
Did you also have contact with the Royal Canadian Mounted Police?
Yes, sir. And I did some training up there with the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, both in Montreal and in Ontario, I believe. There we're just exchanging ideas, exchanging processes or ideas about processes, how to work different types of cases. We occasionally would get documents that were counterfeited or supposedly counterfeit from the Canadians. And so we needed to be aware of the various document issues that they encounter, and likewise they with us.
The International Symposium of Question Document Examiner in Washington, D.C. I know you had some contact with that outfit, correct?
Yes, that's one of many
Hedinger,
symposiums and conferences and professional organizations.
I'm not sure
that
which
I've
pitch we're
attended.
gonna get. I
That
got a
particular
a
one,
message.
brought together
John was
forensic
unwell. Could I
document
pop
examiners
this up?
from
So
around the world.
I haven't been live that
And,
long,
Again, it's a kind of an
and they were on a
exchange
break
of
for a
ideas,
while.
of techniques, of technology.
But I'm trying to be a good friend so that the ginger
in
snaps
the world of forensic documents.
were the people that have been watching
Mr.
John
Slair, I'm not
cover
going to
it.
go through all of
Can't
them, but I'm going
sit
to go
there
through
and
one last one. There was one
watch
you
it
participated in
other
called
ways.
the First European Conference of
At least
Handwriting
have
Experts
something for
in Germany.
him.
Tell the
Yes, sir. When I was stationed in Germany and actually managed the document
Maddie,
division
just send me an
for,
email.
U.S. Army Crime Lab in Frankfurt for 5 years. And we helped set up and organize the first international.
Maddie, send me an
meeting of
email. I
forensic
can probably put you
document
in contact with
in
some
Europe
people that can
at that
help.
point. So again, examiners from the European theater from the various countries get together, and we would. It was kind of neat because we had flags representing, like the UN, representing all the countries,
You
and
okay,
we'd
love?
go over ideas and technology and the state of the art and discuss specific cases.
Now, you've been in
I may
private
have bribed a
practice
small person with half a
since, I
box of
believe,
foot by the foot.
1993, but you also were the manager for the U.S. Postal Inspection Services Forensic Lab in Tennessee.
I'm going to
as
regret
well,
that
correct?
later.
That is correct.
Explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury your position there with Tennessee.
Yes, when I retired from the U.S. Army in 1992, Took position with the U.S. Postal
Can I have
Inspection
my
Service
black and
Crime
white pillow
Laboratory
back?
in Memphis.
Or are you gonna
That
take
crime
all my
laboratory had the
pillows?
responsibility of supporting
Nope, that pillow's gone now, Mom.
investigations in the southeastern part of the country,
No, I
but
can
also
see one
other
of them back.
agencies as need
She
be.
has
And like the
headphones
FBI
on
does
watching
directly support
Pokemon.
other agencies, our laboratory also supported
Yeah,
other
one of them back.
agencies,
I
whether it
just
was
needed a
state of
pillow.
Florida or Alabama, when there was support needed and we could provide it, we were able to provide it. We did so. And so at that particular laboratory, I was hired as a document examiner, eventually became manager and document examiner, along with others at that facility until my retirement.
And you've been in
Yeah,
private
Maddie, we'll
practice, I guess,
talk
since
offline. It's not something I
1993.
talk
Is that
about on
correct?
stream.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how many times you had testified in your profession before the courts of this country.
I've testified,
As an
provided
expert.
sworn testimony approximately 380 times, all courts of the military numerous times, federal courts in a lot of different locations, state courts all over the country, international courts, Hong Kong and Europe.
How many times were you refused or not allowed to testify in your particular specialty?
Hey, Wub.
Never.
Let's talk about the number of times that you have examined documents and testified. More for the government than the defense?
Oh, yes. Yes.
How much more would you say?
Well, probably
Croc, settle
80%
yourself
government,
because I'm going to
20%
need to
defense.
mute myself for my phone call in a minute.
I know that you are members or you are a member of associations. Would you just give the jury just a small smattering of the associations that you're a member of?
Yes, sir. I'm a member of the American Society of Question Document Examiners.
No,
It's the oldest
No,
Anubis.
Anubis, this is
society
live.
of forensic document examiners in the world, and I'm also past president of that particular organization. I'm a member of the American Academy of Forensic Sciences and a fellow with that particular organization, that document section. I'm also board certified by the American Board of Forensic Document Examiners, board certification comprising not only
So here's the thing. You guys
testing,
can
of course,
hear
and
the
written tests, but
difference.
also
Remember
practical
the last time
application
when I was
tests,
breaking down
and
the gun
finally
stuff,
an oral argument.
I said it sounded like
That
she was reading
certification is
the
maintained through continuing
JSA
education every
that
5
we write
years.
for
I'm
OSHA or
current
work comp
as far as that
or
goes with
HR
respect
that
to my
tells you like
certification.
job duties.
I'm also
And I said it sounded like
a
she
member of the
memorized it
Southeastern organization,
or was
Southeastern
reading it.
Association of
This
Forensic
is
Document
what it
Examiners,
should sound like
and affiliated with the American
when
Society of Testing
someone's
Materials, and more recently the
legitimately just
Scientific
giving
Working
you their
Group on
CV.
Document Examination.
The demeanor's totally different.
You have had some publications as well. Is that correct? Again, just a small smattering.
Also, I think these witnesses, I believe these witnesses have been instructed to speak to
Yes,
the
sir.
jury.
I've prepared and
Providing
presented
over
a
them.
number of papers over the years at conferences, published in 2 peer-reviewed journals. One is the American Society of Question Document Examiners Journal, and the other is the Journal of Forensic Sciences.
Actually, it's one thing we haven't seen, except in one case.
Anubis, try changing your video quality.
My responsibilities as a forensic document examiner include the examination, comparison, and analyses of handwriting, hand printing, and machine-produced material for the purpose of either identifying or eliminating a
Nick, you may
particular
have all the
person
crocodile
or
you'd like
machine
to
as
come
the
up with.
source of a question right in the document.
Baby,
Additionally,
you can
I
give a
conduct a number
croco
of
joke in a little bit.
examinations
You
with
eat your
respect to inks,
snacks.
non-destructive examinations, alterations, manipulations, page substitutions, identification of copiers and printers, and those types of things. Essentially, forensic document examination.
Sandy, you're right, but if you remember when
One
you
is
were watching last
authenticity,
night,
the
I was
other is
explaining
origin,
that
and
there
the
was a
third
very
being dates.
strange
So authenticity would
cadence
be
to her
along the lines
reading
of, did this person
and
or the writing
very
indicate
strange
myself as this
phrasing.
person, write this question
And
as jury.
this is the
Its
perfect
authenticity.
foil
Origin is
to
the
what I
origin
was
of a particular
referring to.
document. Was this document prepared on this printer? Or what printer was it? What's the origin of this particular printed product? And the third being date. Is the date reflected or alleged on a particular document consistent with having actually been written on or about that date, or has it been backdated or postdated?
I will tender for any questions.
Yeah, he's literally a
Mr. Sperry,
perfect foil for
were you
her,
requested in this particular
where you
case
can
to
tell what
examine some
someone that's
documents
an actual
that were
expert should
of
sound
material
like.
issues in this case?
Yes, sir.
Yes. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 191. I'm going to ask you to pull the documents from that particular exhibit and tell me whether you recognize that exhibit.
Yes, sir.
Croc, my
Is that
phone call's
the
going to be any
photo
minute
pack,
now, so I'll let you know.
presentation
What?
of
My
Gonzalo
phone call's
Rivera?
going to be any minute. When it
Yes, it
comes
is.
in, I'll let you know.
Let's talk a little bit about when you saw that original document in this particular case. Could you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury where it was that you saw those original documents in this case?
I was the first exposed to these documents at the state attorney's office, at an office within the state attorney's office here in Tampa.
And in coming over to the state attorney's office, what did you have to bring with you in order to be able to properly examine those particular documents?
A truckload of equipment consisting of digital microscopy or
While he's talking about what he
microscopes,
brings over, really
color video,
quickly, just for those who are new to my
spectroparameter,
chat
which is used to
or
differentiate
things,
inks, among other
I
things.
try to
It has
minimize
all sorts of
talking over
capabilities, but
experts or
that's one of the
talking over
uses.
people and
Also
waiting
brought,
to
of course,
breaks,
a scanner, a
unless
camera,
it's something
and a
that's like,
device
I
called the
can't wait.
electrostatic detection apparatus.
So if I
which
don't
is an
answer you right
instrument
now,
that is used to
it's not that I haven't
develop and
started
view
and I'm not going
impressions
to
or
see
indented
it,
writings
or that
occur.
Croc
You write on
hasn't
a piece of
started
paper, and
for
there's a
me,
piece of paper under it
but I
frequently.
try to
You'll
minimize
see
talking
impressions
over.
of what you were writing on the paper beneath it. Many times you won't see it, but they're there, and this instrument helps.
Yeah, what he's referring to is using
Well, you brought all
alternate
those
light
instruments,
sources
with you. I'm
to
gonna
look
show you what's
at
been marked as Defense
impressions.
Exhibit number 40A through P. Did you scan these particular
Nothing, Debbie.
documents that are on State's Exhibit 191? Did you scan those documents?
His
And
resume.
if you did, would you please tell the jury why you did so?
I'm going to regret this later, but I literally just brought an entire bag of sugary stuff upstairs to occupy the little
So
one
these
while I do this.
are State's Defense Exhibit
I'm
48
going to
Yeah,
regret this
probably
later.
will.
are images of documents, originals
Whatever.
of the photo lineup that I examined.
Mom life.
And they were scanned at various resolutions to capture as much detail as I possibly could from a scanner. So in this particular instance, I scanned these documents at 1200 pixels per inch. So very, very good resolution. Purpose for that being that subsequently, when I returned to Memphis, I would be able to examine those, conduct further analyses based on the high resolution images. And these are just some of what I scanned. I scanned the images at various resolutions. I used different capture devices as
That's
well.
the same Airhead
Do
thing
those
you
that
answered.
are in your
I
possession
got
right now,
these
do they
too, but
fairly
they're
and
both
accurately depict at
sour.
least
If you
some
want
of
to
the
see if
ones
it's
that
less
you
sour,
scanned in your analysis in this case?
Yes, sir, they do.
Your Honor, we would move those into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection, Judge.
They'll be admitted. What was the number?
Looks like it's
40 A through P.
Defense composite 40 A through
P.
P. Admitted.
what do you want? That's fine. I'm just- What's the name of the
Mr. Sperry,
shed?
in addition to defense exhibit number 40A through P, were you also provided
name you're asking?
by the state attorney and from the Hillsborough County
No,
Sheriff's
I'm about to
Office
mail my small
uh,
purse to
some
Opal. She's
known
watching anime
handwriting
on her tablet in bed next to
of
me.
Detective Victor
Got a
Levy.
device is set
Yes,
up
sir.
on
Purported by
where you can
Detective
go
Levy.
there.
I'm going to show you what's been
Does that?
marked as defense exhibit number 39A through T and ask you if you could please take a look at that and see if in fact those are the documents that were provided both by the state attorney's office as well as the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office as purported writings of Detective Victor Levy.
Yes, sir.
Do those fairly and accurately depict what
No,
was
Opal, I
provided to
won't.
you
I,
in this
I've
particular
tried. I
case?
Yes, sir,
can't.
they do. They also bear my exhibit designations and initials in the PDA.
And where are those exhibit designations on those exhibits?
Down at the bottom of each page.
And did you put those exhibit designations yourself
Yes, sir, I did.
on those documents?
Yes, I put them on with a PDF. They're on
With
PDF, yeah, so they're printed on there.
John, we would move now defense exhibit number 39A through T into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection, Judge.
Will be admitted.
Let's go with instructional form. Now, Mr. Sperry, I'm going to ask you to, Your Honor, may I ask him to step down?
You may.
I'm going to ask you to please step down, and we're going to be discussing some documents.
I would agree with that assessment, but it's been about the same for me.
He's got a pointer.
Oh, wow.
Mr. Sperry, is this a document that you were familiar with in reference to the Gonzalo Rivera photo pack?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, it is. It's the identification, viewing instructions for the photo lineup.
And were you asked by our office to examine that document in certain areas of that document and make some comparisons?
Oh,
Yes.
I know what that
And
is.
so what areas were of interest in this particular document?
Well, I examined the entire document, but the principal areas were in the lower portion of the document, beginning with Gonzalo Guerrera, specifically in the area of the overriding, the alteration in this particular area, as well as an examination of the inks to determine whether or not I could distinguish any of the inks, one from the other, as having originated from different writing instruments.
Do you like
And so
Sailor Moon?
before we go on too far, tell
Like
the ladies
Sailor
and gentlemen
Moon?
how you do that as an expert in your field.
Oh, well, she doesn't
With
like
respect
Sailor
to-
Moon.
You're talking about inks
Yes.
primarily? Okay, with respect to inks, forensic document examiners, unless they are also analytical chemists of some sort, they conduct non-destructive. I conduct non-destructive examinations of the inks. And I use instruments that are capable of rendering differences in inks by filtering out certain waves of light. In other words, I use an instrument that applies a number of filters that allows me to view how the properties of the various inks appear using an alternate light source through filters. I also conduct microscopic examinations
I
to
think I just
determine
said
whether or
uses
not
an
there are any
alternate light
obvious
source.
differences microscopically, not only in the inks, but of course the writing instruments.
I'm going to show you before we get too far along here. Well, let's go to the next document if we can, and then we'll introduce. Thank you. Is this another document that you were asked to take a look at and to focus on in this particular case?
Yes, sir.
And what area of that document were you asked to focus on and to look at for your analysis?
Primarily the writing itself, the number 4, what appears to be perhaps a number 4, Gonzalo Guerrera entry, and the number 3 up in the right-hand side as well.
And did you do the same examinations that you had done on the previous document with reference to those particular writings as well?
I did the same examinations, and I actually conducted comparisons between those as well.
I'm going to show you now what's
My
been
best
marked
friend
as
works in a
defense
comic
exhibit
book
number
store, so
38,
she
1 through 9.
brings
ask
shrimp
you-
and stuff into the cup. No, Aunt
And
Brandy.
ask you if you recognize exhibit
Oh,
38
works at Starbucks.
composite.
Yes, sir. These are images or photographic reproductions of the charts that I made to be used at trial.
And do they fairly and accurately depict what you made in the form of charts?
Yes.
We would move, Your Honor, at this point in time, defense exhibit number 38, 1 through 9.
Any objection?
No objection, Judge.
That'll be admitted at this time.
Chart number 1, please. Mr. Sperry, tell us about this particular chart that we have before us right now on this particular screen, and tell me what it represents.
This is obviously an enlargement of the area on the photo identification lineup instruction sheet that deals with the alteration of the numbers. And also serves to show a little bit of
Ardo, it would make most
similarities
people
between the
physically
writing
sick.
instruments. On my left, you can see where I've increased
after,
or decreased the contrast
well after,
so that it's clear to see
Stop.
perhaps
well
this
after the
downstroke of what appears to be a four
drop photo pack.
and the left side of the four. And of course, you have the terminal stroke of the four, as well as what I believe are the initials of Detective Lugo, the upper right-hand side. On the number of 3 at the far my right, over this area here, these arrows point to portions of what is the number 4 that's beneath it. So you have the downstroke here of the 4, downstroke on the right side of the 4, and crossbars over this area. And this is a terminal stroke there that's also part of that stroke. Even though the 3 that's been overwritten the 4 appears to be obviously much darker, actually microscopically and instrumentally, there's no distinction in the ink. In other words, it's the same ink or similar ink and similar or the same writing instrument. And what's occurred is a overwriting at least twice. And you can see a little bit of that up in here. So anytime you deposit more ink and more ink and more ink, it's obviously going to get darker. And that, in my opinion, explains that. But the testing that I did non-destructively, I could not distinguish, I couldn't separate the inks as being from 2 different writing instruments.
And you specifically looked for that to see if, in fact, it was 2 inks
Yes.
that used the 4 initially and then the 3 being the overriding number, correct?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. And so you believe that, based upon your analysis, it was the same ink and the same writing instrument?
The same or similar.
Same or
I
same?
could not, it's perhaps helpful to explain what we do in terms of ink examinations. Ours is more of a discriminatory type of examination. That being that you could have a box of big pens writing different documents, and they're all going to have the same microscopic and visual or instrumental features, no matter how you filter it, because they're the same chemical composition. But if you have one instrument that is different from another, they may look both black, but they are in fact different writing instruments. So we discriminate. So when I say that I could not discriminate between a set of inks, I'm basically saying I can't microscopically or instrumentally find any differences.
This
So
is
they're
what
either
I
the
was
same
saying
pen
last night about with
or
the
certainly the same
firearms.
batch that produced it.
There are some things you can tell, but there are others there's no way to discern which.
Okay, let's take a look at this and tell me if
There
you
are certain
can
things you just can't
what
discern.
what this particular chart displays.
Well, this actually illustrates and you'll see it enlarged perhaps later. Two differences in writing instruments. So the Gonzalo Guerrera entry signature here and the believe it's Detective Lugo's signature below it are actually written with two different writing instruments. So Guerrera's signature was written with what appears to be perhaps a roller writer type of instrument.
Ballpoint
And the
pen.
signature of Lugo, as well as other entries, such as the badge number, are written with perhaps a what appears to be a gel type of writing
So
instrument.
you're talking
And
ballpoint
they display
versus
two
gel
different
pen.
types of distinct differences, not only instrumentally, but microscopically, you can see the difference pretty clearly.
when you zoomed in on a
So this is kind of an
ballpoint.
overview of that. And
You
that would
can
include
actually
these up
see
here.
that
So the
lighter
entries
bit
up
right in the
here,
middle.
the 3, the
At
4,
the
and the
apex of where
initials
the ball is, because it
are consistent
smushes
with the Lugo signature.
the ink out a
It's
little bit.
either the same or similar writing instrument, but different than the Gonzalo Guerrera signature.
Chart number 3.
And remember when
Okay,
he
so
brought
we've got
the
some
other
arrows
one
here
up,
that you
see that
pointed.
there was
Tell us what the
roller
purpose
ball
of this particular
where it was
analysis was.
thinner in the middle. If you look at that 3,
Further illustrate some
if you
ink
look at the other
differences. This
signature,
particular image in the upper
there's
right, of
none,
course,
which
these
means
are
there's
again
just a hole and it
enlargements
was
of
gel ink,
the area. This particular on my far right
not
is
a
an
roller ball.
enlargement of the area of the signature of Guerrero and Lugo where they intersect. And I thought that would be a good place to point out some differences between the two writing instruments.
Could you point out again the actual area that they intersect for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
This area right in here. So,
Meaning this loop that comes this way and this loop that,
right, the looking at the G in Guerrera and the terminal stroke of the word Lugo, the name Lugo coming through. So that's this area here.
and so you focused on that particular area.
Right. So the yellow line reflects the Guerrera and the red line
100% Ardo. If the other
arrow
person was
reflects
there and was like, oh, I wrote
the
this,
Lugo
but I meant that,
signature entries.
the
This
original
image
person would
here,
have had
both of these
to
signatures, when
either strike it
subjected
through
to
an initial
infrared light
or
and
adjust
viewing
it
any
and then
luminescence properties, they
initial.
both luminesce, both inks luminesce. This is a little brighter luminescence on Lugo signature versus the Guerrera signature, so that's the difference there. That would indicate a different writing instrument. And also,
You can change
microscopically,
things,
down in the lower
but it
right,
needs to be
can
initialed
see,
and done according to
the
proper
Guerrera
protocol.
signature that comes through here has more of a mottled or patchwork type of characteristic to it. It's kind of muddied in this area. Whereas Lugo's signature, the writing instrument, this is somewhat characteristic of this type of writing instrument, has kind of clear, if you look up here in the arch, you'll see that it appears to be like tracks on either side of the center portion of
Again,
it.
that's because it's a ballpoint.
Kind of like a squeegee effect. So you're kind of squeezing that dark ink out to the edges. And that's consistent throughout the Lugo signature and some other writings. And here, of course, I'm illustrating as well some of the similarities that exist between the Lugo signature and the initials of Lugo, as well as the alteration and the underlying form.
Point out some of those similarities between the Lugo 3, 4, and his initials and his signature that appears here in this
Creed,
area.
Lugo cannot
Primary,
change
the
it. I said
primary
the other person
area, I guess, would be on
needed
the
to
term,
change it or
initials,
strike it through
last
an
portion
initial
of the stroke
himself,
of,
not Lugo.
his initials on my far left. You can see those track marks on either side of the center portion, just a darker area. You can see it down here in the initials of the J.
It is
or
legally
whatever
valid
it
to do
is,
as
first
long as
initial
it's
of
been
Lugo's name, as well
done
as the
appropriately,
downstroke of the
stricken
4.
through, and
And from a
initialed.
previous chart, you can see that the 3, when contrasted, also has these track
Yeah,
marks.
try to remember
And you're seeing that right over in here.
months or years later.
In a Lugo signature.
Chart number 4.
I was before the
Mr.
first.
Sperry, what we've got some yellow, we've got some pink. You use these two colors to differentiate certain writings on this document, correct?
Yes, sir.
Explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury why you did that and what the focus
But yeah,
is
you
of the
can
different colors.
strike it through an
This
initial
is
and
this is a
change it
summary
to
of the
avoid
differences in
having to
inks
redo everything
that I
else.
found
But the detective
represented all the
cannot
way
do it.
through pages 1 through 6 and the photo identification instruction sheet. So this portion up in here with the
Especially if
pink
it's
and
a
the yellow is
situation where they would
obviously
have had
the
to Xerox
identification
and
instruction
white
sheet.
out an original document.
The lower left portion is from photo lineup picture number 3. And
by
then
the
these
way,
numbers,
this thing was not blinded.
even though they're a little larger, obviously I enlarged them, but
was
these
the
numbers
two
are from the upper
two
right-hand corner of
detectives
each
on
of the
the
6
page
pages in the
not
photo
some
lineup.
other impartial individual.
The pink
Like it
essentially
was supposed to
represents
be according
one
to
writing instrument. I could not,
Uh,
all these, here,
standard
and
operating
here,
procedure.
I could not distinguish coming from more than one pen, a writing instrument. So they're
Like that
similar,
would
the
go
same writing instrument was
SOP
used.
is a guideline.
Where you
and
see the yellow, these also
Pretty
were either
highly
the same
refined.
or similar writing instrument to each other, but different than the pink. So essentially what I'm showing here are 2 different writing instruments, 2 different inks.
Number 5. Number 5. Tell us why we
Hey, Jan,
selected these 2 documents. One being picture number 2 in that photo lineup, as well as then again the photo lineup viewing instructions.
Yes, sir. Okay, so this deals with examining a document for indented writings or impressions. Again, you write on a piece of paper. Frequently, if there's something underneath it, it's going to record the image of that latently.
And that's what I was talking about with the alternate
maybe by
light
side
source.
light or instrumentally, I can make it visible if it's there, hopefully. So I
And
examined
you
all of the
wrote 3 days,
documents.
3 pages earlier using an
I
alternate
screened all
light
the
source.
documents for indented writings, specifically focusing on this particular document as well as some of the others in an initial screening. I was running out of time at that point in my exam at the end of the day, so I didn't subject them all to what we call the ESDA exam, but I did examine them all. So I examined this document for indented writings. This document I examined for indented writings. So now we're oriented and we can go to the next slide. Next slide. The 2 types of exams, I conducted both an exam using side light or oblique light, using an instrument as well as handheld flashlight of sorts. And then I conducted an exam using the electrostatic detection apparatus. 1, 2, and 3 lines show where the impressions of the 4, the logo signature, and the entries at the bottom of the identification page, where they are found indented on photo number 2. And the impressions, the resulting impressions, are clearly here in what's kind of a pinkish colored image. The 4 and the signature and the badge number in this area here, right here. And then the bottom portion of the document
You
that
can
has
stop
the
smacking the screen with that at
person
any time.
identification information. Those are all developed impressions on this page. What notably is not developed is there's no 3, which means that at some point later, certainly not at that time, but at some point later, the 3 was overwritten.
So are you telling the ladies and gentlemen of the jury that this particular document had been placed over the photograph?
Every time he
number 2,
touches that screen with that metal pointer,
those particular writings were made?
Correct.
And you can tell the jury that that is the case because
Wow.
of what?
Creed,
Because
I
of
was
the developed
nice enough
impressions, I
to
actually
wake up from my
superimposed,
nap.
did some other work,
And you
obviously,
gonna roast me
instrumentally
about
as well
Glock.
as digitally. So I
I
superimposed
haven't
this
even had
4
Starbucks.
with the 4 that is
I jumped
underneath
on this for
the
all of
3,
you because John was
and they're the
ill.
same. I wanted to make sure that it wasn't an
No
extraneous 4
Starbucks.
from
You gonna
something
make fun of
else.
me over Glock.
Similarly, I
feel the
digitally
love.
superimposed the entries for the Lugo signature as well as the person identification entries that were imprinted or indented rather on photo number
At
2.
the next break, I'll explain what he meant by the electrostatic if he doesn't.
Next. Number 7. Tell me the analysis that was being conducted here in number 7 in reference to
You
the
can very
strokes
clearly can tell
to
which
make
one's
these
the ball
particular
point
writings.
and which
One
is
of
the
the
gel.
questions that was posed is if I could determine forensically whether or not a particular writing was made before or after another writing. So what you're seeing here is in a small area enlarged again, similar to what we saw before with intersecting strokes of the Guerrera and the Lugo signatures. I'm using a function called lab colors that makes it jump out a little brighter for all of these entries. And incidentally, when I conducted these examinations and used instrumental examinations and filters and things of that nature, I conducted that type of examination over the subject area entirely. In other words, I didn't mix filters and do a filter here and then do a filter over there. The whole area was exposed to whatever filter I happen to be using.
JMK,
So
he'll be
the
fine.
purpose of this is to try to show the
He may
sequence of
even
strokes.
feel better
The
later
writing
today.
pressure that
And
was
I'll give the
demonstrated
feedback to
throughout
them.
Lugo's signature and some of the other writings on the photo identification page, as well as the numbers, I guess, of each page that are attributed to Detective Hugo, indicate that relatively heavy writing pressure is used. Writing pressure is unique to the individual. Sometimes it's unique to the
Creed,
writing
I said I don't
instrument
even
or
have
the
the
individual
star, but
combined.
I jumped
Two
on
different
here for
types,
you guys.
because
You're
writing
gonna
does
make fun of me over
put ink on
Glock.
paper
Not nice.
in different ways. In other words, by that I mean some writing inks will flow into the paper, others you have to actually press a little harder. But Detective Lugo, overall, his signature and some of the other entries are heavier writing pressure than what I found in the Guerrero signature. So what you see here is Lugo's signature, that portion of it, and down towards it is
The
Guerrero.
tapping.
At this
Oh my
point,
God, I'm gonna beat
these
him.
arrows represent 3 intersecting points. This being the primary, in my opinion, because it shows the stroke coming clear through either direction. So what I'm looking for there is, and it also shows some pretty good distinctions in the inks, as a matter of fact, in that image. This is an enlargement of this point of intersection down below. Both writing instruments are ball instruments. So there's a little revolving ball down the tip of the instrument, and then when you write, that ball rotates and it puts the ink on the paper. So when you
I
write
think
a
I've
piece
said
of
it's a
paper,
ballpoint pen like
and
5
depending, of
times
course, on
already.
the backing, what's underneath that paper,
Not
is it
that
pad
hard.
paper, or is it a hard surface? You're going to create a
Croc,
impression
I have my
in the
call.
paper, kind of like a
I'll be
canal
back in a minute, Croc. You're on.
or a ditch that you're drawing with the paper. That's
What?
actually what you're seeing. And the writing instrument that was used for Lugo's writing, his signature, creates a pretty deep canyon, if you will, whereas Guerrera's is a much lighter pressure. When you have intersecting strokes, when one stroke crosses the other stroke, there is frequently, especially depending on writing pressure, a ridge that's created. As an example, if the Guerrero signature was made first and Lugo's signature was made second, coming through here on the Lugo signature, what you're going to see is a ridge that is up against, kind of at an angle against the direction that the Guerrero signature was. So it kind of cuts through that little canal and creates its own ridge as it goes through. If the Guerrero signature, or if the Lugo signature was made first, and Guerrera followed it, then what you'll see is the Guerrera signature written with a different writing instrument and lighter pressure would certainly skip in this area here, because he's cutting across a pretty good sized ravine. And what that causes the pen to do is jump a little bit. You'll see either a skipping over in this area. I didn't see that. Now what I found was that the Lugo signature was written after the Guerrero signature. So the Guerrero signature was written first, and the Lugo signature was written after the Guerrero signature.
Okay. So now we have a chart or a diagram here talking about the alignment of writings. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury why that's important.
Part of what we look for in the identification of handwriting, one of the many, many characteristics that are looked at and examined, have to do with baseline habits. People have baseline habits. In other words, you got a baseline that's printed on a piece of paper. Some people write above it, some people write below it, some people write through it. It's just whatever your habit is. You take away a baseline, then there's what we call an imaginary baseline. So if you write your name here and you're asked to write something below it, then more than likely your habit is to just space down and write below it, so that what you end up with is kind of a similar angle to that baseline. So if this was a 4 and this was the Gonzalo Guerrero entry here, so you have very similar alignment there as you would expect in a person that is writing at a single sitting, perhaps. The 4 or the X, depending on your perspective, and I'll get into that, up in this area, this is showing you, that's an enlargement of it, showing you the actual writing, and this is a direction lower right showing you how the thing was made. So the stroke is made from right to left, up, and then the downstroke of the 4. What you're seeing on the lower left-hand side is the embossing, and I reversed it so it's actually right reading, so you can actually read what it is. When you write, again, on a piece of paper, you're going to create the reverse image or the embossing as you write on the other side of the paper. So this is the back of the photo, of the photo number 3, the back of it. And what I'm seeing here is very, very similar embossing. In other words, there's not much variation. It's consistent in terms of its level. So it's indicative of similar pen pressure, similar type of writing instrument perhaps, and similar writer maybe, because it's right across and very, very consistently made. Okay.
So are you telling the ladies and gentlemen of the jury that there is consistency between this 4 and the signature of Gonzalo Rivera?
Yes, you have a little darkening area of the 4 here. You have a darkening area of the downstroke of the the Gonzalo area here, and you have some darkening here. And you have light areas and the contrast, the consistency of the embossing. And when you look at it at an angle, you can see the depth of it is pretty consistent all the way across. So there's also no or negligible bleed through. So the ink is not, the pressure is not significant enough to force a bleed through. In other words, the ink is actually being absorbed and coming out a little bit out of the back of on the back of the piece of paper.
So did we ask you to perform this analysis to try to have some evidence to determine whether the 4 that we see on this particular document was in fact written by the same person that signed their signature?
Yes. And the answer is, I don't know if it's the same person or not as far as the 4 or the X goes. And here's the problem. If you take away Gonzalo Guerrero, and we're just looking just at this, who made the 4 or the X? There's really little value, identification value in this. X4, it's kind of like a 1 can look like an L, an S, and a 5, depending on who's making it. A 1 and a 7 sometimes, especially if European handwriting. So there's not a lot of individual writing features and characteristics in a single form like that. So fortunately, in this case, I was able to go to other areas and look at evidence. So I know that based on the writing on the instruction sheet, that Detective Lugo has fairly heavy writing pressure. And I know that Guerrera does not. So I could look at that. I could also look at the baselines of the writing. And I could also look at the number 4 that Guerrera makes, how he makes number 4 and how he makes an X. There are only so many ways you can make an X. Only so many ways. And that's why this is not really, the 4 itself is not really identifiable. But when taken in context, it's the signature, call it the number 4, the embossing, the consistency there. It's indicative of a single writer across there.
Now, we talked earlier on that the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office and the State Attorney's Office had provided you some documents to take a look. They were photographic copies, correct?
Yes, sir.
That were provided to you concerning that number 4 or that number X. Could you tell or show the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, and we're going to do it at the next one as well, but this is a nice big 4, so it's kind of nice to see it. But tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury the distinctions that you found in what the government was providing in reference to the number 4 or an X and what we see on chart number 8.
Well, going back to how this particular 4 or X was made, begins over here, and you can notice that there's very little, if any, reach, if we're calling it an X, over to the right-hand side. So you're missing the right-hand side of the X, if this is an X. And also, it's much larger than what you'll see that were provided of Detective Lugo's X's. This, because of its size, it's made a little differently, believe it or not. The movement's the same, but it's larger. And you're going from what we'll see in Detective Lugo's X's, which are essentially a really quick single movement because of real small X's, to a relatively large letter size, numeral size, if that's what it is there. So those are a couple of distinctions. And of course, the similarities that exist, not only in the inks, but in the writing pressure across the whole signature and number 4 area.
The writing pressure is a very important factor, is it not?
It certainly is in this case, yes.
Number 9.
I thought.
What do we have here, Mr. Sperry?
Right here in the upper left, we have the 4 Gonzalo Guerrero entry from photo number 3 in the lineup. And this is another enlargement of the 4 or the X, as you prefer. This entry down here on my lower left is labeled Q1. This actually came from the from the instruction sheet, photo identification instruction sheet. And you can see the writing pressure that's there, but it's made very similar. It's made this fashion. Coming down, so the right side, the upper side's made.
Mr. Escobar, step to your left or right, but
And presumably, everything else I received were copies, but presumably these others are made in a similar fashion. So you have a more area over here further to the right, starting coming down, and more clearly X's. And it's not as compressed. It will be compressed. I've seen some of the Lugos that are compressed, but certainly the 4 or the X up in this area is uncompressed. In other words, it's not writing. This crossbar is not way up here at the top. And then I was also asked to look at number 4. Could it be a number 4 written by Lugo? Well, it's obviously different than the number 4s that Lugo writes this particular entry here.
Missing on this particular is the what do you call this leg that is missing here?
Which leg is that, sir?
Excuse me, this leg.
This leg. So that's your upper right. Let's call that the upper right. We've got an X. That's an X. Then you're missing up in here at some point.
So were these upper legs pretty consistent with Lugo in the documents that were provided by the government?
Yes. Now, Detective Lugo makes a lot of X's, and so there's some variation in there. But overall, that this type of representation is not represented in Lugo's note writings.
Loki?
No further
She had to take a call here, so we're gonna.
Unless you need the,
Judge, I actually do need
Okay,
that, so
we'll
I don't
leave
know if they want to help me or.
They will. We'll help you.
Okay, thank you, I
do
appreciate
you want
that.
the witness to remain down?
Actually, I do.
Okay.
I am
We
inclined
go to
to
chart
agree.
number 4.
Three.
And that's, you said, was taken from 191, is that correct?
Correct.
The photo pack that was sent to Mr. Guevara, is that correct, Mr. Sperry?
Yes, ma'am.
And I want to go to the different inks. So we're dealing with the instruction sheet as well as the photograph that Mr. Guevara picked out and signed. So this down here is actually from the photo number 3 of the defendant's photograph. Is that
Correct.
correct?
Yes,
That
ma'am.
has, you're saying that this, whether it's an X or a 4, is with the same ink as Gonzalo Guevara, the signature. Is that correct?
Correct.
As well as from the instruction sheet where the name is printed, as well as an X here and a signature and the date. All of that is the same pen. Is that correct?
Same
Not
or similar?
same pen.
Similar.
Because of the ink, you're saying that
Correct.
it could be, you saw no disparity in the
Right.
ink looking at it under your machine. Is that correct?
Correct. Instrumentally, I could not discriminate.
So if someone was at the hospital and had one pen and had shown a photo pack to someone and put an X or a 4 there and handed the pen to the person to sign the photo that he picked out, that would be consistent, correct, of using the same pen. This is the same ink, correct?
Yes, if that's all we were looking at, that's right. Just the inks, yes.
Just the inks, correct. And then, if you then went to the instruction sheet and wrote out the witness's name, and again, put an X for the witness to sign there using that exact same pen he had at the hospital, that would be consistent with similar ink. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then he signed and dated it after the witness signed here, again, same ink,
JMK,
correct?
Yes.
yeah.
And then afterwards, you use that same
He put out
pen.
more than 50 years.
These are all from the different, in the upper left-hand corner,
Right hand.
he wrote, right hand, I apologize, thank you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
Yes.
that would all be consistent with using the same pen or similar pen, is that
Yes.
correct?
Yes, ma'am. That's correct.
And then if he took the photo pack and the instruction sheet back to the office with him and somehow used a different pen, that could also account for this being different ink. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna go to chart number. Can you go to chart number 1? Thank you, Mr. Spear. So this 3, 4,
Hey there,
you're
Dave.
saying
Nice
that
to meet you.
the 4 is first, correct?
Correct.
And then there's a 3, is that correct?
Overwritten a couple times.
Overwritten a couple of times.
Yes, ma'am.
So if somebody had made a mistake and when he was looking at this and mistook this X for a 4 and wrote a 4 down and then realized it should be a 3 and then twice went over it with a 3, that would be consistent with your examination. Is that correct?
Yeah, certainly one explanation.
One explanation, yes. Because you weren't there, you don't know.
An excellent
No.
question.
And I'm going to show you, I'm going to go back to that photo pack where the 3 and 4 is the original document that you scanned. What's above the 304?
Looks like initials.
Initials. Are you familiar with looking at all these documents? Sometimes when somebody makes a mistake, they put an initial over it to document that they have made a mistake. Is that correct? Have you seen
Yes.
that before?
Absolutely.
And that's what that is right there, is initials over the 4 that is overwritten by the 3, correct?
Well, I don't know when the initials were placed there, but they're
Correct.
There. They're there.
Right, but you know that the 4 was there first, and then
Yes.
somebody wrote over it in heavier ink, or maybe twice,
Correct.
to denote that the 4 was a mistake, possibly.
Possibly, yes.
Can we go to chart number 3? And again, we're talking about the instruction sheet. So again, when you're saying that the Lugo intersecting this, again, it would be, and that this is later in time, correct?
Yes.
So also consistent with if he had written this at a later time, is that correct?
Yes.
than the person, Mr. Guevara, signing it.
Right. I mean, it would appear just based on the inks that Guevara signed,
Guevara.
Mr. Guevara
Yes, sir.
signed a blank form. In
Correct.
other words, the time he signed it, those numbers weren't there, just based on the inks.
Yes, sir. And then if we go back to, you go to chart number 3. So I'm sorry, chart number 9. Apologize. So chart number 9, again, this is the photo. When you up the upper left-hand corner is the photo number 3, where you have said that this, you don't know what this is, whether it's an X or a
Yes.
4. You cannot
Never do
definitively
that.
state that,
They
correct?
can put anything they
Okay.
want on after that.
And so when you're looking at that, have you seen in documents where somebody are preparing documents and they need a signature, where somebody has put an X mark to denote a signature?
Frequently.
Frequently. And in fact, on this very document, the instruction sheet, next to Mr. Gonzalo Guevara's signature, is there an X that is placed there?
Yes, there's a small X there.
Okay, and then next to it is a signature, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then did you ever take a look at Daniel Beltram's photo pack that's already put into evidence, States Exhibit 195? Another document prepared by Lugo where Daniel Beltran signs on this viewing instruction. What's right next to where he signs?
Clearly an X.
Clearly an X.
And
So-
that's part of the problem, so because this is from page 1 of the instruction.
Yes,
This is
sir.
the instruction, and it's clearly an X, whereas that is not.
Correct. So I know that you got a bunch of different documents that had different X's that Lieutenant Lugo had made during the course of his employment. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And there are variations in all of those X's. Is that correct?
There are variations.
And part of one of the underlining premises in forensic document examination is that a person, even though it's one person writing, there are natural variations in a person's own handwriting. Is that correct?
Absolute natural variations, a term we use frequently. Yes.
And so if I were to write my name, Micheal Doherty, 20 times, all of those M's, even if I have a swirl for my first initial, if you looked at all 20 of those M's, they could look different. Is that correct?
They may, and probably will look a little bit different, and that's why the characteristics of your entire signature would be evaluated.
You would have more letters and
More features.
to look at. In this case, you're
No
just looking at
seconds is
one. So
very
if
good type.
if I just wrote the letter M 20 times, I'm not a robot. If you put all of those M's over one another, they wouldn't line up exactly, correct?
Correct.
Human beings have a natural variation.
Right, they do, and the problem is though too. This this particular construct, if it's an X, is a little outside of detecting inverse variation.
Things can affect somebody, the way somebody writes. There are external factors that can affect variations in handwriting. Is that correct?
Thing like glue.
For instance, the surface that somebody writes on, that can affect the way you write a letter. So if you didn't have a hard surface, say if you were just holding a paper like this and you're getting ready to hand it and you put an X, may not all of your pen make contact with every part of this page?
That's correct. And one aspect of that though is that I would expect if this was made on a different writing surface than this, then I would see evidence of that, in the embossing that occurs on the back of it. And I didn't. It was really consistent.
But it's possible, is that correct, that he could have been writing on, theoretically, that if he's writing on something like his hand and just puts an X, that can account for not all of, so if he normally comes all the way up here, then maybe it just shows that. Is that correct?
At this point.
That's a possibility.
Possibility. So can we go to, let's see. We go to chart number 8. So one of the things that went into your opinion was that this has also, you talked about that baseline. We tend to write in a straight line. Is that correct?
Yes.
So again, we don't know if this is a 4 or an X. Is that correct, sir?
It's not 100%.
Right. So, and I see, like, if this is a 4, this is where your invisible straight line is, correct?
Right.
But if this is an X, that line is going this way, right?
Correct.
So in that case, if it's an X, they would not have that baseline alignment, and it could be possibly another person writing this than Gonzalo Guevara. Is that correct?
Seriously?
That's correct. But to arrive at that type of finding, you'd have to ignore some of the other factors that went into this. So,
Ooh,
yes,
good one.
Could this be an X written on a different writing surface? Yes. Could this be an X written at a different angle? Yes. But the evidence doesn't support that.
Get 'em, dude.
Because again, you have parallel baseline habits. You've got the embossing that's very, very consistent.
They're trying
And you've got
to
a
the photo line up.
letter formation, whether it's an X
What
or a
it looks
4,
like.
that's made outside the range of variation that Detective Lugo demonstrates.
Right. But if it's a 4, if it's not a 4 and it's an X, you don't have that baseline alignment. Is that correct?
That would be correct.
And sir, I want to ask you if we can go to chart number 6. So again, when you're saying that the viewing instruction, let me get that again, at another, going back to hypothetically,
Well,
if somebody were back at his office and he now was looking at that photo and put that 4 down,
Here. Right?
this,
Okay.
it just means that when he did that, this instructional sheet happened to be directly over photo number 2. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then when he signed his initials, even though it's not perfectly aligned, he may have shifted the paper, it then ends up also being indented there. Is that correct?
Correct.
And when he's writing the rest of this information, it just means that he either shifted the paper or something, that the indentations did not come out on the rest of this photo. Is that correct?
Correct.
The only indentations are of,
This entrance here.
right.
So
Yeah,
the
but
entries
we're
that-
going to an expert fight.
different
Oh,
entries that
damn.
were made with a different writing instrument.
But as to whether or not that's a 4 or an X, you can't
Pittsburgh
definitively
Green.
say
I like
whether or not it's a 4 or an X. Is that correct?
Definitively, no, I cannot.
And going back to that photo that's on picture number 3, you can't definitively say that the person who signed Gonzalo Guevara is the person who also, whether it's an X or a 4, did this mark. Is that correct, sir?
Definitively, no, I cannot.
And when were you hired by the defense attorney?
I'm sorry.
When were you hired by the defense?
Prior to February, I believe it was January of this year.
And right now you are in private consulting. Is that correct? In your
Yes,
own
ma'am.
company?
Yes, ma'am.
You charge $300 an hour. Is that correct? And at the time of your deposition, you had already done 13 hours. Is that correct?
That sounds right. Yes.
So which would equate to $3,900 at the time of the depo.
Correct.
And that does not include your time for testifying today. Is that true, sir?
No, and it doesn't include analysis that was conducted after the demo.
Okay. Thank you so much, sir. You can go ahead and have a seat.
Mr. Square, I'm gonna bother you one more time. Can you just stay there?
You want this stuff up here?
Yeah, you can leave the stuff in place. Can I go to chart number 4? I believe you just indicated on cross-examination that it's your belief that at the time that this document.
Well, I hope you feel better,
At
dude.
least the time that this particular writing took place, that this document was in that area in blank.
Correct. If this is the same writing instrument used, yes, it would have been. Because these in pink were filled in later.
No further questions.
May this witness be released by the defense
Yes, Your Honor.
and by the state?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Fair. You may step down. You may be released as a witness at this time. If you need to go back around, you got everything?
I got it.
All right. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, it is time for our lunch break. I'm going to give you, it's almost 12:30, so I'm going to give you to 1:45 for lunch. Please do not discuss this case amongst yourselves or with anyone else. Please do not do any research related to the case, and please avoid all reports of the case outside of the courtroom. We'll see you back at 1:45. All rise for the jury.
Yes, Mayor Rich, it is Quiplash time. We should be able to get. We should even be able to get a full group here. Hopefully, Patty can still hear us, and if she can, she's got some jokes to help deliver. Loki should be back from her phone call anytime. So, one room code.
And the room code is IOUR.
Okay, JMK. We'll see you in a bit. Ooh, Ike. Somebody likes Ike. Come on. Where's Debbie and Patty? Debbie, Patty, Sandy. Come on, let's go. Sandy. Hi, Sandy. Nice to see you. Oh, I got a Debbie. Where's Patty? I want my Patty. She's everybody's Patty. Yeah. Yep. I had a feeling that's where you were, where somebody was going with that. Now I know who. Hi. Patty, you gonna select a critter? No, he's talking about Dwight Eisenhower. Hey, we'll take one more. Let's go. Come on. Not that hard. Click the link next to the yellow bracketed name. And then type in the room code. Easy. Come on, you can do it. We won't ask you to draw. I promise we're not going to ask you to draw in this game.
I just had to yell, "Do not stab your brother," while I was on the phone. How's
Justice.
Quiplash going?
Yeah, play nice.
What?
I was talking to Alex. Okay. You want that last slot, Loki?
I am not. I'll watch this round.
Okay. That gives us 7. We can make do with that. All right. All right, folks. 3, 2, 1. And we're at lunch till 1:45.
Okay, that's what I was gonna ask.
Okay. course, I'll be disappearing right about
to
then.
Quiplash 3
That's fine.
Schmitty's Mansion. Schmitty here, and you're there, so that means you all found a secret map. Great. And if you didn't make it in the game, don't pout about it. Jump in the audience and get your revenge. I mean, vote.
Vengeance.
Ready for round 1? You'll get 2 prompts on your device to answer any way you please. You'll go head-to-head with another player's response, and everyone else votes on their favorite. Sound easy? That's because it is. You'll rake in the points based on the percentage of people who dig your response. Got it? Great.
Come on, a little bit more. 30 seconds, people. Oh,
Okay,
Yikes.
let's see them.
it's not like we're going to get demonetized.
Let's get the party started with a cool nickname for your bowel movements.
I'm guessing it was this one.
Pick a winner.
Yup.
And next, Michael Bay presents Blank, the musical.
Oh, no.
All right, choose your favorite.
Have you ever seen a squirrel on the ice?
So several times.
Good job. Good job, McDome.
Moving right along.
Wow.
For a wedding to be legal in Florida, Blank must be present at the ceremony.
Oh.
All right, vote for the one you like best.
Wow. There really is a zombie musical, yeah.
And now, little known fact, Guns N' Roses used to be called Guns N' Roses and Blank.
Oh.
All right, people, it's voting
Yikes.
time.
I'll be interested to see which one that is on the right. Boom. Oh. Poor science fair.
Let's keep it going. Dorothy meant to say, there's no place like Blank. Time to pick the one you like best.
Not everybody's going to get that reference, but I do. Ooh. McNome is killing it today.
Okay, what's next?
McNome is always killing it.
Days are so much better than Blank.
McNome and
And now
what's
it's
his name? Well, I haven't seen in a while. We need to check on.
What's that?
McNome is almost always killing it, but we need to check on what's his name? Peterson.
Ah. Yeah, we haven't seen him in a long time.
Him and Hetrick.
Oh, whipped wiener. Oh, gee.
And next is Captain Crunch's nickname at the Naval Academy. Decisions. Choose your favorite.
Well, that's a good thing, Mayor McNeil. Hmm. It would be midshipman soggy host, but actually looks like we missed a vote. Somebody didn't vote. Okay.
That was round 1. Reminder that those all go on your permanent record. Let's see the scores.
Because the internet is forever, folks. And a perfect score for Mayor McNeil.
I hope you shook off the nerves because it gets real in round 2. The prompts are more demanding, so I've doubled the points.
Oh. Okay, what do you think, Loki?
I'm good now that I'm refereeing and making sure tiny people don't stab each other.
Oh dear. Hopefully your phone call went well.
It went fine. I decided that I was going to part-time. We can do murder mystery. That's fine. I decided I was gonna return to the actual working things at least part-time, and I made the mistake of making my resume searchable, and I woke up to 165 emails
Youch.
from recruiters and people.
Yeah, so
Most of whom I'm like, yeah, no, I'm good.
I would think that. I would think.
Yeah, no, I'm not taking that job. But
Time's winding down. Use the safety equip if you have to.
essentially, it was just someone had scheduled a meeting with me for 11:30, and I couldn't.
Yeah,
And then you were like, John is MIA.
Lives have led to this moment.
And
Let's
so
break the
I'm
ice with
just
a
juggling.
radical new use for a gravy boat.
Intellectual, well, I'm sought after, right? Yeah,
Now,
so
boat.
the lucky thing for me is, I mean, anyone that found me from Kurt's channel, but people, or from talking in general, I'm a certified firearms expert. I do trials
Further ado,
when I'm not commenting on the
stole
internet.
this player's credit card when
I
there's a
get
charge
brought in to
for
do expert firearms testimony a lot. And I am one of the very few females that does industrial heavy manufacturing and oil and gas corporate OSHA. The majority of females that do OSHA
Let's
tend
see
to
how
be in like lighter manufacturing,
if this they would
banks,
they win my vote.
you know, little construction. They don't want to be
Choose your favorite.
on a gas rig. They don't want to be in the middle of an industrial facility. But I did my externship at a steel mill. So it doesn't faze me.
Heavy industry indeed.
And there's a very large push to
Oh, ow.
And here we have
make sure you have females.
verified check mark on Twitter really means.
Means you have money.
And now
I'm going with this person's a douchebag.
Yeah, I would too. Mind you, someone back there has no experience with Twitter, and that's a good thing.
Next we have, if this player started a religion, it would be called the Church.
You better
of
not be
Light.
talking about my lovely Belle meerkat, because I'll steal her from you.
Okay, everybody.
I'll
pick
fight
your
you for it.
What?
I said you best not be talking mean about my Belle meerkat. I'll fight you for her.
No, I'm talking about. I'm talking about the elder child
Oh, I was just saying. I
who
love you
can't go to
too, but
school. Who can't?
I
go
love
to
you too, but you know my Belle meerkat. You know how much I love you.
She can hear you.
I
Ooh,
know.
super quick flash! Super quick flash for Cindy.
Next on the docket,
That doesn't mean I won't fight you for her.
or nail polish color. Here's the fun part. Pick your favorite quip.
Okay then.
What? That I'll fight you for your wife?
No, I'm looking at the choices this time.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's apparently a thing.
Next one up. In an alternate reality, we don't play quiplash at parties. We blank. And now
We
pick
rag
your
on
favorite.
Schmitty. Yikes. Well, no super quiplash. I suppose it's always something.
Goodbye, round 2, and hello, scores.
Well done, Sandy. Get that gnome.
Step right up to Riplash, a crazy final round that came to me in a fever dream. On your device, you'll see a prompt that requires 3 separate responses. Don't screw it up, okay? I see we have an odd number, so you'll be going against me. Crazy, right?
Okay. So somebody behind me is going up against the safety whip.
Mm,
Okay.
I bet I can guess who.
Yeah. The one that was
The
coughing in the background.
The one that shares a name with mine.
Yes. Because if they're coughing, we can't send them to school until they stop.
Oh, it's that way here too. Which was problematic because little mini me had like a dry cough, and then my father passed, so she like missed like 2 weeks in a row
Oh.
of school
Ouch.
because, funeral things.
Time's running out. Right down to the wire. Ooh, I hope you got it in time. Let's see what you've done. The 3 things Batman insists on doing every day. Decisions.
Fruity scowling and repeat. Okay, someone went for whole sentences.
3 of Einstein's less impressive discoveries.
Oh, ah ha ha. Right.
What is your favorite?
I know who did that one. Was that Einstein with dog toy squeakers? Ooh. I was absolutely right. You agree with some of those things, right, Loki?
Hmm?
The
What?
3
Patty answer.
goals in your first turn as ruler of Earth. Now it gets real.
Liver
What's your
cirrhosis for the
favorite?
world. Oh, jeez. Wow. Um, $50-50.
The 3 things on the Almighty's to-do list today.
Whoever that might be.
All right, people, it's voting time.
Oh man. I don't think Keith Fisher's is ever gonna die.
I
And we're
cannot
not.
live with this tension. Show me the final scores.
Oh, I see what happened. Man, McNome kills it.
Because McNome is the man.
McNome had some good ones, I admit. Squirrels on Ice. Yeah, that was one. That was a good one, Debbie. I remember that one. Yeah, Patty said that her last two in Thriplash were gun barrels are interchangeable and squirrels work too hard.
True.
I don't remember. I don't quite remember. Oh, that's right. Dragon eggs. The first one was dragon eggs are hard to hatch.
They can be. You gotta get Opal to come down from the frozen tundra.
All right. How about some trivia, folks? We just took out almost an hour. They're taking a long lunch today.
Well, I think Debbie or someone wanted to play Murder Party.
Yeah, so that's what I've got up.
Why do we have to play without John? I'm confused.
What?
She said maybe we can play now that John's not here, and I said,
Oh, because John finished ahead of her the few times we played. And in one case, he actually stole it from her. But
the room code is MDAU.
MDAU.
MBAU, Mike Bravo Alpha Uniform. Yeah, Patty is correct here. He thinks it's he seems to think this is a sport to be fighting over.
Wait, it isn't?
competition is good. Some things maybe not so much. Up. Sandy got in. Anybody else want that last slot? Yes, no, maybe so.
Did I?
ET versus Crocos? No, you're not. Oh, there you are. Yeah, I see you. 2, 1, think. Sorry, had to shoot the short person. Squeak.
Welcome to
Please
Trivial
no
Part 2.
squeaking.
But you're so smart, you don't need me to explain anything to you. So, first question. Potty talk, Putty Tat. Use your device to answer the question. And the correct answer is, who got the question right?
Oh,
The rest of you, I want to show you something.
Oops.
what did you answer, Loki?
Housekeeping.
Elmer Fudd.
105.
Huh? Oh,
Elmer Fudd. I didn't watch Looney Tunes.
Decision will
Oh.
weigh on you. Pick the same elevator and you all live. But if there's a split decision, I will kill everyone on the heavier side. I have a good feeling about this, whatever that means. Let's see where you all landed. Uh-oh.
Bye, guys. I did already.
well, you could still answer.
Hey, look, I'm in the elevator, a scoreboard moment. Pretty cool, huh? Let's keep moving. Which of these horror movies features the classic line, "Be afraid, be very afraid"? If you're in the audience, you need to answer too.
I probably got it wrong, but yes, I'm in the audience.
This.
Yep, I
The
was
rest
wrong.
of you who are still alive, time for consequences. Welcome to room 227. Are you ready to fall? In love with my new minigame? You're going to drop down this board and try to avoid the death zones. Someone needs to pick which slots are death zones. Go ahead, everyone else. Choose a slot to make it no bueno. Okay. Let the games begin.
What happened? Did we lose sound, guys?
Only slightly. I had to mute.
Oh, okay. I was like, what did I do?
Actually, after this game, I'm going to have to run for a little bit.
That's fine. I'm back, so.
Time for a credit check. If you're overfunded, you're safe. But an overambitious investor, on the other hand,
And both of them got nailed to the wall.
we're here. The final round is close. Next question. Which plant grows the fastest? Who picked this? Only a ghost got it wrong. Way too easy. Let's keep moving. I hope you were a good history student. Where was Cars 2 race car Rick Plutchkonsky born and raised?
Okay. Apparently, I'm going to be getting. I have no idea.
Almost out of time. Who picked this? Come with me. It's time to bring out the
I haven't
chalices.
seen it in years.
Pick a chalice to drop
All the
poison.
years.
Now it's your turn to play. Pick a chalice to drink from. Ah, goes down smooth. Now let's see what you drank.
Oh,
Did somebody order the poison with a splash of death? Oops, didn't mean to kill all of you, but I still need one alive player. So, see, having the most money is good for something.
eventually.
Your time has come. Glad to see you're the one to make it here alive, but will you be the one to escape? Here's your first category. Acronyms. Tap each answer that fits the category and then press submit. Let's see the right answers. Akira Kurosawa films.
Mm.
It's almost up. The 12 Apostles. Here come the ghosts. Official currency. Don't fall behind. It's only darkness. Mediterranean islands. Time is almost up.
Partial guesswork.
A lot of lucky guesses. Monogamous animals. It goes to your life force. Next question. Hogwarts teachers. Another life force swap. Hello, darkness.
My old friend. Oh,
Words that are not fair. Time is almost up. One last trap. If you want to break through that barrier, you'll need to ace this next question. And if you're still alive and want to break through, you have to get all 3 answer choices right.
this is anybody's game.
You have to get all the right answers to escape.
Patty wins. Patty got us all.
Yay, Patty.
I was actually doing good till the end there. All right, folks.
We'll see you when you get back.
Yep. Give me a second here. I need to check something real quick.
Mm-hmm.
Apparently, we might. It looks like we might have time for one more.
No, you don't have time for one more.
No? Okay.
No, because you probably should go out and help him.
Right. Okay.
Those are bigger boxes.
All right. I'll be back.
Okay. Well, I'll see you when you get back.
Yeah, it's gonna be should be about half an hour, and then I'll hang with you for a few more minutes before I call the Snark Patrol.
Okay. Well, no, it's the Snark Patrol can just join. Because you're
Well,
going to have at least 2 of us here.
It's Wednesday.
I know.
All right. We'll see you in a bit.
Yep. We've been left alone to our own devices, guys. This is not safe for anybody. Hold on 1 second.
Hello, everyone.
Hello, my love, Patty.
Hi, honey. I'm going to take a lunch break. I never take a lunch break, but I'm going to take a lunch break and hang out with Loki.
Yay. Since I haven't even had coffee and I was getting messages.
Oh, it's nice to be wanted, but you think they could wait till after you've had coffee.
Why would we do that?
Because that's a thing.
You and I know it's a thing.
Yeah. I don't survive without coffee. I have a sign on my desk that says no coffee, no worky.
I have a cup from Dunkin' Donuts that says scary before coffee.
Oh, that's always fun. That's always fun.
Yeah, it came
I'm
out like at Halloween.
I'm not scary before coffee, but I don't say much. I just look at you like you're stupid and have two heads and need to die.
I mean, that's somewhat me.
Yeah, I'm not good till I have coffee. I admit it.
In the middle of a work phone call just now, I had to yell, "Don't stab your brother."
Ah. So
Because
Mary McNome is telling us about Loki, the wife unit, got a new daily carry.
wait, his wife unit? Let's see.
Hey Sanji, come to the house. I have plenty of cold coffee right now. I got about 2 cups worth left.
Hey, I don't have cold coffee, but they did finally start making the Starbucks cold brew coffee that you can buy at the grocery store with oat
Mhm.
milk.
Oh,
They've
that's good for you.
they've had the oat milk creamer one, and they used to have the almond milk frappuccinos. Then the pandemic, and they haven't had any of that. The oat milk creamer came. The oat milk creamer came back, but nothing else had. And then yesterday, I saw it was back, and I was very
Yeah.
happy.
Yeah, if I came to see you, we would have all kinds of problems because soy and oat cause inflammation in me, so I can't have those.
I have soy, oat, lactose free, and almond.
Yeah, and I live on heavy whipping cream and coffee
I have
and steak.
Mini Me calls it moo chicken,
Okay.
and it's her favorite.
Well, Mini Me and I would get along
Hold on.
fine. Ooh, nice. Give my congrats to the Lady McNome.
Yay, Lady McNome.
Does she practice with it, Mayor? Because practice, it's a thing.
Especially with that particular one.
Sandy, I want the cup. Is that one of those YouTube things that your Facebook things where they send you the stupid ads and make you click?
I don't know. You can find them easily. Hold on.
Yeah, I still have to buy my Loki cup from Kara.
Okay. I'm over here like screaming at people to get up here.
Your hubs is a good man, Sandy. We shall sing his praises.
People generally
Good job.
People generally
That's all we
bring
can
me
say.
coffee for fear of their lives.
uh,
No short.
we
Hold on.
what's my short kid doing? What's my favorite adopted niece doing? That's good, McNome. I'm glad she has something that makes her feel safe.
They're having a Nerf gun battle and beating on each other.
Oh, is that what's going on?
Well, in the middle of my work phone call, all you heard was, "She's trying to stab me." Hold on, let me go deal with this.
You go deal with it. I'm
No,
gonna
no, no.
chat with the
That was me in the middle of the thing.
Oh, okay.
Like, hold on.
Sorry, my children are being bad. Yeah, you
Listen.
missed it the other day when Apple was having a meltdown.
Okay.
She got vaccinated and she got shots in her butt on both sides and in the scruff of her neck, and they took blood out of her left front foot. So anytime you touch a spot that was ouchy, she'd scream. And she wouldn't stop.
Mayor, what was the what what pistol was too hard for her to rack? And now I'm eating a handful of dry golden grams because I've lost 16 pounds in 8 days.
That's because you aren't able to eat because you've been upset.
Right, but the other problem is I'm generally just not hungry. Like, I'm not a stress eater. But they make these amazing things called Golden Grams Remix. And it's literally like Golden Grams, Cocoa Puffs, or whatever you call them, and little mini freeze dried marshmallows in little individual sized pouches, which make great
Yeah,
car
we just
snacks.
need to buy you the big box and let you just munch on it all day.
They make a big zippy bag. No, I am eating the golden grams out of it because the tiny human ate the other stuff and then handed it to me.
Golden grams are good though.
It doesn't bother me, but it's like one of those mom things that's like, oh, okay. Yeah, Sandy, they're amazing. There's like 8 pouches in a box. Each pouch only has 110 calories. So they're
Says the girl
nice.
who's just lost 16 pounds.
Well, it's not that much. It's not like that,
Just
but
giving
it's
you
just nice.
shit.
I know, but it's nice because it's like you can open it and eat it at your desk or like in the car, and it's not 900 calories for a Starbucks Frappuccino or a snack. I don't worry about it that much, but I have friends and people who I try to kind of help
Like
through with
me.
their diet,
Yeah.
especially like I try to be supportive of all my friends and their weight journeys. But the ones that have dietary restrictions are like, I can't because my little ones have food allergies. And it can
Right.
be hard to find decent tasting or affordable things that fit all of that. So,
And that is always a huge challenge with people.
right. She just shot her brother in the head.
Yeah, I know if I eat bread, I have all kinds of inflammation issues. So,
I have a giant, very expensive edible arrangement on my table right now, but I'm allergic to melon, all of them, banana, kiwi,
So you're down to the
90.
strawberries?
I can't because they're all in the same thing. They're all touching as an edible arrangement.
Well, that's no fun.
So I'm like, someone needs to eat the fruit. I can't. As much as I'd love to eat the oranges and the strawberries in it, I can't.
Well, no, you can't. We can't risk you needing to give yourself an EpiPen shot.
I do it all the time.
I'm sure you do. But it makes your friends worry.
If I have to come down there and beat both of you, stop trying to stab each other.
The children.
Mhm.
Hey, Becky, how are you?
Hey, Becky. And the problem is the whole grieving the loss means nobody's sleeping, even though I did get an hour and a half of a nap. After that stream, I tried to go back to bed. It didn't work until like all of the anti-anxiety medicine finally kicked in. And then she had me up at 3. And then at 5. And it was like, okay, great. This is going to be a caffeine day. Oh,
Yeah.
you know what is awesome though?
What's that?
Dole Whip. Pineapple Dole Whip, and it's dairy free.
Yeah, that is really good.
Sheets in
I've had that.
Pennsylvania carries it. Sheets in Pennsylvania has it next to the ice cream machines. A soft serve. In
Really?
Memphis, yeah, it's like straight Dole Whip, like soft serve style at Sheets. So I have like
Oh, that's
vanilla,
so nice.
chocolate, twist, and there's another machine, Dole Whip.
Yeah,
And
but Dole Whip is like Orange Julius. You know, it's one of those things. It's
Orange
so good.
Julius has dairy in it.
Yeah, you can make it without dairy. It's just a pain.
Yeah. Yeah, you can get them at the parks now. Yeah, but
Yep.
I just go so it Sheets, it's like all the soft serve you can put in the little paper cup and it's 99 cents. So I get like 2 quart containers, like plastic ones. I got to the car
Yeah.
with like 5 cups. They're like super proud how to dump them in the quart containers and take them home. Debbie, you can actually buy the Dole Whip mix in every flavor on Amazon and put it into a home ice cream machine or a home soft serve machine, which is exactly what I did until they started selling it at Sheets.
Look,
And
Amanda's here. Hey, Amanda.
yay, Amanda. And it isn't oh yeah, it's a lot more than that at the parks. So expensive. And Sheets isn't the only one. If you Google it, Simply Yogurt, what's the other place? Hold on. No, Debbie, the only thing you have to remember is it's like a 5-pound bag of the mix. So you just have to like measure it out and do the math for the liquid. But you can buy all the flavors. Not orange. What's the other place, Patty? It's
Which
not
one?
the other ice cream.
TCBY?
No.
No.
Frankie's.
Oh, yeah, Frenchies.
Hold on.
And we have Shakey's here in Little Rock.
I didn't
Yeah, the
know we were
Dole
in
Whip's
Little Rock.
real. The Dole Whip is like the best, though.
Starting.
Debbie, it comes in a bunch of
Wait,
flavors.
what? Hold on. Sorry, things that sidetrack me and make me excited. Starting in April, you will be able to get Dole Whip mango, Dole Whip pineapple, and Dole Whip strawberry in grocery stores in the freezer.
Ooh.
But that's not what I was looking for. Other than sheets, I know there's one. Menchie's. Menchie's frozen yogurt, which is another big chain, has Dole Whip.
Yeah, we don't
But
have
yeah.
Menchie's here.
Yeah, Menchie's has Dole Whip. But it's 99 cents at Sheets. So I'm going to go continue to.
Yeah, they have raspberry, watermelon, pineapple,
Wait,
strawberry.
Menchie's or in general? The coconut is not dairy free. The coconut
For
is
$105, you can buy your own home soft serves machine to make it.
No, you don't need to do that. Hold
You
on.
don't.
Wait, where's the thing? Trust me, before I realized you could buy it at Sheets, I had this down to a science. I mean, you can get the Cuisinart one for $100, but
Yep.
the Cuisinart 1.5 quart frozen yogurt ice cream sorbet maker thingy is $65.
There you go.
There's a nicer one that's 2 quarts. It's $99. Dash Everyday brand makes one for $39.99.
Wow,
And
that's
if
cheap.
it's just you at home, there's a company called Secura that makes like half a quart at a time for $20.
Well, that'd be good.
But Dole Whip.
What you do?
I'm obsessed with Dole Whip. Everyone makes fun of me. Yeah, Amanda, Menchie's. Amanda, when I was in Hawaii, I've gone to. It's not the Dole Whip farm. It's like the Dole plantation thing. I went, and they did not have Dole Whip when I was there that I remember. But it's been a while. But yeah, Debbie, it comes in a bunch of flavors and seasonal flavors. You can buy them all on Amazon. But I do know for a fact the coconut one is not dairy free. Becky, the strawberry's amazing.
I've had the strawberry and the pineapple.
The pineapple's my favorite.
Yeah.
Where in Washington are you?
Debbie Culver's butter burgers and frozen custard are so good.
Are you near Seattle? Yeah, Anubis, true. Dole Whip in the grocery stores.
Loki, give me 2 minutes. I need to take this call. I'll be back.
Yeah. The Aloha Cup Wrap in Seattle. Assembly Hall in Seattle. Go Poke in Washington. Menchie's and Rachel's Ginger Beer all serve Dole Whip. If you go to their website, it lists all the places you can buy Dole Whip. So, yeah, Debbie, I'm allergic to coconut. Sandy, yeah, you can get it in Indy. We've devolved into talking about Dole Whip, why not? Paradise Shaved Ice and Ice Cream Shop sells pineapple Dole Whip. Oh, Honolulu. Cabell's, Cabells ice cream. Cinnaholic. Paradise Shaved Ice. Yeah, if you Google Dole Whip, they all said that it's so many more places than you realize. Yeah, Amanda, there's a ton of places near there that sell Dole Whip. Or you can wait a month and it's in grocery stores, but that's not nearly as cheap. There are places that do frozen custard in New England, Mayor Ranch. You just have to know where. There is Dell's. They do it. Yeah, Debbie, I am violently allergic to coconut. I have the urge to yell stupid things at my children. Hold on 1 second.
Okay, I'm back. Nothing like a little fun drama. Did we
Mayor
lose the
Ranch.
Loki?
What?
We didn't lose the Loki. Okay, we're still talking custard. Got it.
No, I had to mute to yell at them to open the front door to get Wendy's that I got for them.
Cool.
Because Mom has no desire to eat and hasn't eaten much this week. And my kids have done the same thing, which is not good. It said it is. They took a picture of the driveway.
Of course they did.
Let me look. You looked on the porch? Oh my lord. I'm very confused.
Having good places to get good stuff to eat is always fun.
Is it out there, buddy?
God love DoorDash. Poll, how many of us love DoorDash? Raise your hand.
Hold on.
Yeah, what did we do before there was DoorDash? Oh, tacos sound so good. Pizza also sounds good. You're making me hungry, Sanji. Stop it. Becky, I do a lot of cooking. I do lots and lots and lots of cooking. We have Wonder Bread and tuna. Wonder Bread and fresh tomato sandwiches with salt and mayonnaise out of the garden. We did that. Debbie, I can give you hints on that, so call me later. The big thing to make an eggplant parmesan that's really good, you got to get all that moisture out of the eggplant. Yes, Angie, I know it's lunchtime, but I don't have time right now to stop because, I'm hanging out here with you and I was going to fire up my grill today for lunch because it's like 70 degrees here in Little Rock. It's beautiful. It's so pretty. Yeah, Becky, DoorDash is restaurant delivery, and you get some areas. There's Bite Squad, there's DoorDash, there's a couple of them, depending on whatever. I have eaten at Bellasteries. Oh, that place is good. I've got a friend who lives in Milwaukee. Debbie, I actually layer it in paper towel. I put a layer of paper towels down, add a layer of eggplant, lightly sprinkle it with a bunch of salt. Yeah, literally a bunch of salt, and then put paper towels on top of it, and then make sure there's weight on it to press all the water out of it, and then I rinse it quickly to get the extra salt off. Amanda, you know what? That's what you do. Do your thing, girl. Get be an A student, you know. Life's short. I never thought I'd use algebra in my life and I use it every day, so yeah, Grubhub, Uber Eats, yeah, there's so many places in Ubus. Yeah, we have Instacart, Grubhub, DoorDash, Bite Squad. There's like 6 or 7 of them here in Little Rock, depending on what part of town you're in. I'm lucky I'm central to everything, so I can get them to bring me all kinds of stuff. But say order from Panera, they use Uber Eats sometimes, they use DoorDash sometimes. You just never know. But it's cool. And then of course you got the ones that do the liquor stores that deliver, and those are always fun. Because everybody needs liquor delivered. I'm about out of liquor, so yeah, Sandy, when I was in my wheelchair for 3 months, I had Instacart and Walmart delivery, and Kroger Corporation now does delivery, and Amazon, and I made it through. It sucked, but I made it through. And the wheelchair's still in the spare room. There's days I want to pull it out, but I refuse to. Anubis, I've never had the chance to use that, and the one time I did, I ended up in the hospital. So thinking I'm going to be avoiding it. Found out I was extremely allergic to the devil's lettuce, as it is called in in Adam Sandler's world. What was the name of that movie? Oh, the one where he was. It's not Happy Gilmore. It's the Water Boy. Yeah, that's the
Waterboy.
one. Thank you, the Water Boy.
I'm so mad. They said that
Amanda, you'd be amazed the number of people that have an allergy to marijuana. It's
I do.
unreal.
It makes me puke nonstop.
It puts me into anaphylactic shock and my throat closes.
No, I like violently puke and end up in the ICU, like unstoppable throwing up.
Yeah, I end up in the ICU with a breathing treatment and being threatened with a tracheotomy.
I get that
So-
from plenty of other things.
Yeah.
This idiot DoorDash driver took a picture of the Wendy's parking lot ground and claimed they delivered it.
Yep. Ducking autocorrect.
Yeah, Amanda.
Oh, Amanda, I'm sorry, honey. People are dumb. In Arkansas, it is illegal to smoke if you have a minor in your car.
It actually is in most states. It's child endangerment.
Yep, it's gotten very strict on that.
Boo. You want me to do it? Or after? Okay. Okay. Hold on, Mayor. I was looking for you for Mayor. Where are we looking for the closest in New England for the custard?
Mayor McNome, just give it to the 48 kids. They'll let them across. It's okay.
Do we have like a state in New England specifically that you care about?
Which state?
I don't know. I'm waiting for an answer from Mayor. I feel like I should guess Maine.
Oh, Amanda, people are rude. Just smile and say, I'm sorry.
No, man, all you do is say bless your heart or I love that for you. Mayor Wrench, you gotta give me like a state so I can give you what? Okay, hold on. Shiny object.
Since he left
side.
Wisconsin,
Wait,
I haven't found good cheese
hold
curds
on.
since I left Wisconsin. So
Shiny object. Watch this chick in the front that's like 2 inches from the camera. Why do I gotta watch you drink Coke? Why are you right in front? Sorry. This chick's sitting there chewing on camera. 2 inches away. What? No. Mayor, you still haven't narrowed things down, so I'm just going to pick a state.
Amanda, that's great, but you're 2.5 day drive. And if I'm driving that far, I'm going to make it a 4-day drive, and we're going to cut through Saskatchewan and pick up Dragon and drop him off at Krako's house.
We can. There's a company in Maine called Mainly Custard, and then there's Hodgman's Frozen Custard. But there's also a website called Good Belly, and they will deliver on ice. Like with frozen ice, Culver's and everywhere.
Is court back in session?
It's not, but you can see that. One was picking her nose.
Great. Well,
And
the
we're
judge
standing.
isn't back. Oh, look, we can see her split ends.
I have a question. I'm not trying to be mean and snarky, but what is it with crappy prosecutors not brushing the back of their hair before they're on camera?
You know, I don't know. I got up this morning and brushed mine, and I'm not a crappy prosecutor. I
Yeah.
brushed mine and put it in my typical messy bun. Sanji, I wish you all the blessings.
Rock Salt Creamery, Abbott's, mainly custard, and Raymond's are the closest best frozen custard to you in New Hampshire. So there's that. Sanji, aren't you coming to visit me? It's not nice. Because
Sanji, you have to get lots of pictures too.
I want pictures.
Pictures of Sanji and Mayor and Krakow.
This should be fun to like meme.
Oh
Think
my
of
gosh,
the
yes.
Photoshop. Remember I turned John into the Little Mermaid? Not right now, honey. I'll show you after. Remember that one, Patty?
Yeah, I remember that one. That was kind of epic.
I
He
photoshopped
was not
John.
amused, but we didn't
I
care.
photoshopped a John into the Little Mermaid. Scranton's almost 5 hours away from me, Sanji. I
have a friend who lives. I have a friend who lives an hour and a half south of you in West Virginia.
I know you do, and you've been told you can move in with me anytime. We've had this discussion.
Yeah, unfortunately, the boss, John, says no. He doesn't want me leaving Little Rock.
What boss? Like the real work one?
Yeah, like the real work one.
I can mail you a small person who just got in trouble for stabbing her brother with a pin. He'll let you leave real fast.
That's how they used to
Especially with her
transport
in the
kids
mood.
back in the 1800s. They'd stick them on the mail wagon.
I know. I'm just saying, especially since she's in a mood.
Is she face down on the hot concrete in a mood?
No, but that is like the best picture ever.
I know, it's
Anubis,
awesome.
it is just over 2 hours. 2 hours and 15 minutes. It's an easy drive. If you're going to Hershey Park, I will meet you there. What did you do?
I cannot take off anymore.
Why? What part of this seems like a good idea? Where's the end?
Sanji, I want to get me pictures of me with Opal. That ought to be funny. That'll scare people.
It's inside, right here.
Yeah, there's going to be an end over here, though.
Hey, Izzy, I hear you're causing trouble.
Ow! That was
Causing
Sandy?
trouble is an understatement.
Sandy, you ever heard about the hitch in the giddy up and cuter than a speckled pup? Those are some
I
of my
will tell
favorites.
you when to go to the door. Here, have some marshmallows. Sit right there. Hey.
Hettinger, she stabbed her brother with a pencil or a pen.
No, a pin. Like, you know what
Pin?
yeah, like the kind that has a backing that's meant to go on a shirt like a brooch.
Oh, so it was a small pin. Okay.
No, it wasn't that small. It was like one of the Metal Collector Pokemon ones.
Oh, geez. Izzy. Good Lord. Don't do that. You'll make him
Well,
bleed on the floor. It'll be gross.
she doesn't care. I gave it to you.
So I'm taking it that he doesn't have the self-preservation gene ever. He didn't get it either.
Raymond's Frozen Custard. Is that the one you're asking for? Raymond's Rock Salt Creamery. Those are the two that are in New Hampshire. Raymond's Frozen Custard is not in New Hampshire, but it is very close to the main line. Oh, here we go.
Okay.
Rock Salt Creamery. Yeah, it's rocksaltcreamery.com. 16 Parker Hill Road, Sandborton, New Hampshire.
So maybe Krakow isn't coming back.
Krakow will eventually be back.
He eventually shows up.
The wife
Yeah, well,
was unhappy.
Oh yeah, no problem. No problem. We're not ready.
Well, you know, happy wife, happy life.
Lieutenant, can Aiden come down?
Especially in light of the fact that, like,
Aiden?
he had stuff to do and John was being John. And he had, you know, walked away from him.
And how interested you are in being a lawyer in the criminal justice system. So here, I want to give you a pocket constitution. In my opinion, the Bill of Rights is the most important.
Why are you giving people the pocket? Dude, are you a Jehovah's Witness for law?
Says U.S. Supreme Court is kind of like a little gavel. And obviously, I've never used it. I bought it a long time ago.
Okay, nobody cares.
I want you to have it.
I'm muting this.
You're very welcome.
I'm going to mute this. Nobody cares. Stop being a Jehovah's Witness. It's Trenton. She isn't the new lawyer.
You are family. You're welcome
It's
here
a
anytime.
kid. It's like a little kid.
At the end of order, I'd like you guys to stay behind because I want to get some pictures of Aiden.
All right. So I think we were waiting on a couple jurors. What to get to that? Well, he just.
How did you lose jurors?
Okay.
They usually don't just like let you leave for the building for lunch.
We doing a live witness or a video first?
Better than a dead witness.
Exhibits, live witness, video.
It's Trenton. I went to school there
No problem.
for a year. I know Tampa well. Especially with where I lived, it was hell, traffic-wise.
Well, Loki, my lunch break is over, so I have to get back at it. I've got some stuff I got to handle.
Okay, love. I'll be here with
All right,
everybody.
Well, once I get off work, I will hop back on.
I'm only on because, like I said, everyone was like, John bailed. We need
well,
to
you
watch
know,
it.
John sometimes bails on us.
Yeah, well, you and I will talk about it later.
Yeah, it's a thing. It's okay. He's still young.
No. We'll talk about it later.
All right. You take
Okay.
care.
Have a good
Everybody,
day,
it's
or
good to
love
talk
you.
to you. Love you guys. Talk soon.
Bye.
Love you, Loki. Call me tonight.
Okay. Raz, what do you need to know about the Kara stuff? Mayor, if you'd like to join, you can.
Sure.
He has 3 others that we have no objection to.
Now, what is you intend to introduce this through the next witness?
Mayor, where do you want me to send it?
That is Omar Balon, also known as Creep.
Creep or creeper?
Two different, he goes, I think, by both.
Is there more than one picture here? Or just one
No,
picture?
just one.
Oh, stiff. Which one is? Yeah, there's 2 people in it.
Creep is on the left.
Mayor, what social
So
media
that's
of
him.
mine are you on?
Do we know who that
Yeah,
is?
he's a rapper. I'm not going to elicit anything from him, but he is a rapper and a gamer.
What? Let me see the other pictures.
And then I think they already have some other ones that they introduced, Judge.
Yeah, there were. I thought like 3 of them already introduced.
Those are the ones that have no. You want to see the ones that?
No,
were
when
introduced
it's
already?
time, I'll tell you.
Danielle, please.
And you don't have any objection. This is the street sign with the bullets in it. I remember that or hearing about that before.
Hold on a
This
second,
is a
dear.
picture of a group. It's a terrible picture. You can't see anything in it.
Yep, Mayor, but I need
Oh.
somewhere I can send a link.
Bingo.
It isn't YouTube. Are you on my Twitter? Are you on my
These are the
Instagram?
ones that are already
Yes.
admitted.
Yes.
All right. So what's the objection?
Relevant.
Anything else?
I don't know.
In light of all these others?
and
Email.
Cumulative.
I like that one.
And
What?
prejudicial, Judge.
Well, how is it more prejudicial if you want to go down that path than say this one's already in evidence? So how does this one make it any more? How is this more prejudicial than this that's already in evidence?
It's making it overly prejudicial, Judge, having multiple.
Well, I think that goes to your cumulative objection.
Yeah.
What's the
Hold
point? It's
on.
cumulative.
I will get it.
I mean,
not
these
open
are-
the
We want
door.
to talk about cumulative. We've had a lot of cumulative photos here, right? From
Well-
the medical examiners, if we recall. We took one picture out of the medical examiner's
You're
office,
right. You're right.
and everything else was allowed in,
Yeah.
cumulative or not.
Yeah.
Okay,
And
guys,
so,
I'll be back in 2
It's a
seconds.
picture of him throwing gang signs.
All right.
It's important.
Whoops.
Whoa.
I'm sorry. I'm
It's
sorry.
okay. It's okay.
There's already one in of that, so I'm going to take one out of the defense. I took one out of the medical examiner. I'm going to take that one out as cumulative.
This one.
They're all here? State ready?
We're ready, Judge.
Defense ready?
We're ready, sir.
Let's bring in the jury.
Oh, wait, Judge, before we bring him in,
Hold on.
we're calling him an adverse witness.
Judge, I would object. I think there needs to be some kind of establishment of that.
We have my.
It doesn't there have to be some showing? I mean, you call him, and then if he becomes, then you can approach.
Not necessarily, but there's a factual basis going into it, as we have here.
What's the factual basis?
All you have to do is, it's got to be a witness that is associated with the government's case. And he's been associated from the very beginning as a witness for the government's case. He actually testified for the government at the last trial. And I can show you, if you'd like to read Earhart on that particular issue, it's pretty clear.
Well,
This paragraph starting with
He's not
section.
a state witness, Judge, in this case.
He has
He
been.
was on the-
He has been. All they have to do is be affiliated.
well, Earhart says hostility is determined at the time the witness testifies and is not presumed.
Okay, that, keep reading, that's hostility. We're talking about adverse for,
612.1, it's in mode and order of interpretation presentation, page 755 of the 2022 edition of Earhart.
What page, I'm sorry, Judge?
755.
Okay, I'm back.
Let me ask the defense and their
No,
excellent research
until
team
somebody
whether they
stabs someone
found a
else.
case that specifically says that a witness called by the state or more on point with this, besides what it says here about a witness identified with an adverse party, which is what you're proceeding under. But then it gives examples of an employee, a coworker, a relative, or having a romantic interest in an adverse party. It doesn't have the specific here where the witness was previously called. And I know that's not going to come up often because you don't often have multiple trials.
Judge, I can tell you, we litigated this extensively in the Reeves case, and every police officer, every witness that they had given us as a witness in the theater were adverse witnesses, and we led them all the way through. If there's any affiliation between the witness and the government, they're an adverse witness.
Let me ask this: did the state list this witness on their witness list?
Did, and actually testified for the government at the last trial.
All right. Anything else from the?
Judge, I would, he is separate and apart from the law enforcement officer, defense counsel citing to the Reeves.
Mayor, you can also send me an email.
Those law enforcement officers would qualify under.
But it's not just them. I mean, it even suggests romantic relationship.
Okay, Mayor, I'm going to send it to you. Give me 1 second.
Relative. So that's not just police
Have
officers.
any of those things with Mr. Biden.
No, but he's listed on your witness list.
We have multiple people. They're going to call Detective Tom Dirks. He's on our witness list, and he's on. Their
It sounds like you agree that they can treat him as a witness associated. You just said that you distinguished it by saying he's not a police officer. So when you call a law enforcement officer, that distinction no longer exists. So under those circumstances,
Under those circumstances, but not just because he's on our witness list.
no, I'm going to allow it.
Yeah, bring it up, please, honey.
You get to ask leading questions on cross two. So you both get to ask leading questions. It's not the end of the world. All right. Let's bring in the
It's
jury.
on the white bench.
All right, jurors Henry.
Or not.
I apologize.
That's okay.
Just a moment.
You're fine.
McNome, I just followed you on Twitter, so send me a DM so I can send it to you.
Now we're ready.
All right.
All right, jurors Henry.
Please just brush the back of your
Jury is
hair if
present
you
and
know
seated.
you're
Everyone else may be
sitting
seated
right
this
in
time. Ladies and
front.
gentlemen of the jury, good afternoon. Welcome back. Did everyone have a nice lunch? Excellent. We are going to now, I need to ask, as you
back
know,
for a little bit.
case amongst themselves or with anyone else, or is anybody
I'm going
exposed
to do the thing of the
They
thing
do any
and
research related to the case during the lunch break.
move
Let
that
the
live
record
stream
reflect their
back.
hands again. Thank you all very much. Now I'm going to turn to the defense and ask them to please call their next witness.
Yes, Your Honor, before we do, we're going to admit defense
Yes, Your Honor,
exhibit
we're an
15
idiot.
into evidence. And we are going to also admit defense exhibit number 14 into evidence. 15 are the medical records.
I feel like I
of
can start
Beltran.
yelling bingo again like
14
last
are
night.
The medical records of Gonzalo
How
Guevara.
many, hey,
that have been
JMK,
redacted for
like how many
Any
times
objection from the
are you
state?
going to start listing numbers
14
and
and
letters?
15. Defense 14 and 15 will be admitted at this time.
Did Patty run away?
Patty is
Now I'll ask
listening,
you
but
for
she
your
had
next
to
witness.
Defense would call
do
Omar
big
Salem.
schoolwork stuff.
Omar Bela.
Okay.
And my small people are stabbing each other with pins. Hey, Ren.
Hey,
Mr. Balon, good afternoon and welcome.
Hello.
how you
Come
doing?
forward to be sworn as a witness wherever you're comfortable. If you'll face me and raise your right hand. Thank you. You swear or affirm any testimony you give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God.
Yes, sir.
All right, you'll follow the bailiff to the ramp that
I
leads
gotta
up
get
to the
this set
witness
up
chair.
right.
Please watch your step. Go ahead, have a seat, make yourself comfortable. That microphone in front of you adjusts. It may have to come down some. You ready?
Yeah.
All right, you may proceed.
Good afternoon, Mr. Balon. Please state your
Debbie, I'm
full
allergic
name for
to
the record
eggplant.
for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
Omar Bailon, Bailon.
And Mr. Bayon, would you please tell us where you currently reside?
507 Ocean Mist Court.
Her
Were
name's
you
Dan?
residing in that particular address in
Who's this
November
guy?
of 2010?
His name's
Yes, sir.
Dan. By
And would you tell the ladies and gentlemen of
Spanish.
the jury who lived
Name
in
means
that
Dan.
home besides yourself?
My parents and my sister at the time.
Okay. Was your girlfriend also staying there?
Not living with me.
Or she was staying there?
No,
That night, yeah.
he didn't ask if she was
Um,
living.
You
Well,
are
where the
familiar,
hell is
are
my
you
gnome
not, with
avatar?
the ice cream man that
Well,
used
you're
to
gonna have to
frequent
change your
that
avatar
Ocean
then,
Mist community,
McComb.
correct?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Keetley, this gentleman right over here.
Yes.
Oh, I better take my earbuds out so I
You
can
had
actually
people
hear.
come
Haha.
by your house for purposes of selling you ice cream and nachos, right?
Yeah.
In fact, you bought ice cream and nacho for yourself numerous times from him, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you would interact with him in that purchase of those particular items, correct?
Yeah.
And you would go up to that truck and you would have conversations and make your selections for Mr. Keetley to provide those items to you.
Yeah.
And you would pay for those items, correct?
Yes, sir.
And not only would you do that for yourself, but I believe you had children there in that home that I believe was it your girlfriend's children?
Yeah.
And you would at times do the same thing. You would buy ice cream and other products from Mr. Keetley for the children that were at your house.
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Keetley, in making those particular sales to you, would actually park right in front of your house,
Oh,
507 Ocean Mist.
Yeah.
In fact, during all of those transactions that you had with Mr. Keetley, you got along very well with Mr. Keetley, correct?
Well, yeah. Normal relationship customer.
In fact, you thought he was a pretty nice guy.
Yeah.
Well, it certainly seems so. Offering credit to folks around the neighborhood when necessary.
Now, you were aware, were you not, that at some point in time, Mr. Keetley was robbed and shot numerous times, correct?
Okay.
Yeah.
And you became aware of that because you had actually seen some posters that had been placed around the community with Mr. Keetley's picture on it, asking for donations to help him out during that process, right?
Yes, sir.
And that picture that was on that particular display, you recognized it immediately when you saw that picture as being the ice cream man that you had purchased ice cream from, not for only for yourself, but for your family as well.
Well, not immediately. I don't know if it took me a couple of times, but I didn't recognize him immediately.
Oh, what the heck?
What?
I'm
Now,
trying to get my avatar up
it
there. I
was
can't
not
find my gnome
uncommon in this Ocean
avatar,
Mist
so
community,
I'm looking for
anyone
another
back in
picture.
2010 to see the Ocean Mist street signs
Yeah, you'll do fine.
having bullet holes in them, correct?
Yeah.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 7E. And I'm going to ask you, first of all, before we display it to the jury, I'm going to ask you if you recognize that particular photograph.
Yeah,
In fact, that photograph you had on your Facebook,
Hold on, guys.
correct?
yeah,
Okay. And does that photograph fairly and accurately depict what was on your Facebook back, years ago in 2010 when you were putting things on your Facebook?
Yeah.
Okay. Your Honor, we would move 7E into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
70 will be admitted.
Yeah, we'll just use that one.
Balon, what we're looking at here
Yeah, that'll work.
is, I guess, a series
Put a face
of
to a name and a voice. Yay.
ocean mist signs with bullet holes on those particular signs, correct?
yeah,
That you had posted on Facebook.
yeah.
Could you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury why you posted this on Facebook?
It was just a picture. I didn't think much nothing of it.
Yeah,
What do you
we
think
have
of
to
it?
keep him home because he had a cough. We
My
woke
neighborhood.
up
Were the
with a
bullet
cough
holes
this morning,
significant
Candy.
to you?
No.
They
There
were
was,
not.
there was bullet holes all over the signs, all over Ruskin, not just Ocean Mist. It was not just in Ocean Mist. You can go to Ruskin and drive and find bullet holes in every sign.
So did you have on your Facebook signs of every place?
No,
in
because I'm not from the whole Ruskin. I was from Ocean Mist.
You're from
That's my
Ocean
street.
Mist. Okay. Now, Ocean Mist, that community, that street specifically leading to your house and going past 604 is a very dark street, is it not?
Yeah,
Domino Drive is just one street over from Ocean Mist Drive, right?
yeah.
And your nickname back in 2010 was what? Creeper, what was it?
Creeper, but they called me Creep for short.
So your nickname was Creeper, but they called you Creep for short.
Yeah,
Okay. And is that something that you also displayed on your Facebook
yeah,
back then?
yeah.
Now, Mr. Balon, you were affiliated with certain gang groups, correct?
Yeah, I know some of them.
Yes, that's right, folks. An almost literal box
We're
fort.
going to show you what's been marked as.
No, we gotta get
It's been actually introduced into
stuff put
evidence
away
already.
and stuff
I'm
dealt
going to
with.
ask you to take a look at that and see if you recognize that exhibit.
Yeah,
And is that an exhibit of yourself that you posted on Facebook?
yeah.
Okay, let me have it back so that we can display it. for
Yeah, that's
the-
Creeper. That's the guy that dude was looking for.
Micheal. Stop, dog.
That is,
What happened?
that is you in that picture?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you are doing something with your right hand. Would you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you're doing with your right hand?
I'm throwing up Ocean Mist.
You're throwing up ocean mist. What does that mean, throwing up ocean mist?
I don't know.
Well, why would you want to throw up those fingers like that? What does it signify to anybody that is seeing that?
To me, it's my street where I grew up at.
Well,
That's how I see it.
Well, I realize that ocean mist is your street.
Okay, well, that's what I'm throwing up, Ocean Mist.
So you're throwing up that sign indicating, hey, everybody out there, ocean mist is my street.
Yes, sir. Not mine, but where I grew up.
I'm going to show you two photos at this point in time. I'm going to show you defense exhibit number 7D and defense exhibit number 7E and ask you to please take a look at both of those exhibits.
I'm gonna mail small
You recognize those?
to Aunt Patty at
Okay.
Regis.
And do those exhibits fairly and accurately depict a group of individuals that you're familiar with?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, we would introduce now.
You could always try a Miller to Uncle Phil. I'm sure I could
defense
find something
exhibit number
for her to
7E
do.
and 7E.
No objection, Your Honor.
Your Alex would not survive.
Let's first look at 7D, which is a little bit dark, correct?
Yep.
And it's kind of hard to see the individuals, but this was one that you posted yourself on your Facebook as well.
Yes, sir.
Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And
Why do we care about people
this is
throwing
a
up cliche
clear
wannabe gang
picture.
signs?
of what's depicted there, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so let's look at.
Especially
and this
since
is
like the
7E.
hardcore gang in the
Let's take a
area
look
is
at
not
7E.
MS-13.
And would you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury if you find yourself in that photo?
Yes.
Okay, and if you can, may I ask the witness to step off, Your Honor?
Yes, you may say.
I'm gonna give you this this little ruler here, okay? And I want you to show the ladies and gentlemen of the jury where you're at in this particular photo. That's you. And are you doing anything with your hands there?
Well, I think so, no.
So you're not doing anything with that left hand that's, you're not throwing signs there on the left hand?
No, I did that. No. I got it here, this one, and I don't
It
know.
is in full screen.
You don't know what you're doing with that hand? Okay, who's beside you?
Diego,
Do you know, does Diego have a last name?
Lucas,
It is full
Okay.
screen.
And
Walter Lucas.
Walter
Creative and
Lucas?
confused.
Okay, and do you know if Walter Lucas is throwing any signs there?
Nah, this guy's not going in. He hasn't seen his hand. I don't know what's going on.
Okay, and then you have, is Jose Rodriguez anywhere there?
I'm not sure if that's him. I wish I did, but I'm not too sure. It's kind of sure.
Okay, there's some other individuals right over here that are doing something unique with their hands. You see these two gentlemen over here?
Yeah.
What are they doing there?
That's the best I can do.
West side.
What?
West side.
West Side.
Yeah.
You're familiar with West Side, right? Because you're affiliated with West Side.
Yes, sir.
And so I want to know, tell me what
That's
they're
the best
trying
I
to
can
tell
do.
us by throwing those West Side.
You would have to ask them. I don't know what they're trying to tell you.
You don't know. So when someone from West Side throws a sign with their hand, you just don't know what that means.
Not what they're trying to do about it.
Okay. You may get your seat. Thank you. Now, those individuals that are there that you recognize and that you identified for the jury, they are members of the Ocean Mist Gangsters, correct?
No,
Lucas is not,
no,
Diego's not.
no. I don't know what you mean by members. We were just a couple of friends. I mean, a group
Well,
of friends. What do you mean by
Ocean
members.
Ocean Mist Gangsters. Is there any reason why you decided to pick that name, Ocean Mist
No,
Gangsters?
no. You got Charlie Brown in the gang, and that's not a gang.
But why the word
I
gangster?
don't know.
Do you know what the definition of the word gangster is?
Yeah.
What is it?
Well, not the actual definition, but
I'm not sure my man knows the word dictionary, and you're gonna ask him to define
know.
things.
Now, you have OMG tattooed on your body, right?
yep,
Would you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury where it's tattooed?
on my chest.
On your chest. In addition to that, you have on your arms tattooed
Why are his gang
Ruskin
tats relevant?
outlaw.
Yes, sir.
Do you know what the definition of outlaw
Trying
is?
to prove that there's a gang in the
It's a
neighborhood.
law, I guess.
And can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury why you would want a tattoo on your arm that said the word outlaw?
I don't know. I was young. I got a lot of tattoos when I was young. Dad. I don't know why I got them.
You have another tattoo that says FTW. Where's that at?
On my arm.
And what does FTW mean?
Fuck the world.
Someone take
And you
the
have
swivel chair
another
away.
tattoo. I don't know where this one's at.
The swivel chair.
Trust
Someone
no
take
one.
it away.
Yes, sir.
Where's that one at?
On my shoulder blades.
On your shoulder blades.
Yeah.
So you got them on each shoulder blades?
You're talking about Creeper's swivel chair?
Mm-hmm. Hold on.
Now, you would agree that yourself and Jose Rodriguez, you all were affiliated with both the Ocean Mist
Can
Gangster
you get to the
and
point
West
that you're
Side
yelling at your
Gangsters, right?
children by a
we know them.
security camera?
When did you join these groups?
I didn't join no group. I knew them.
When did you become affiliated with them?
Since middle school, when you know them, you meet different people in middle school.
Now, on one of these Facebook posts that we just took a look at, you are certainly promoting the Ocean Mist or OMG, right? You're promoting that
I
to
don't know
others.
about promoting. What do you mean by promoting?
Well, you're trying to let everybody know that you're part of this group, right?
I guess.
You've already indicated that that block was your block, right?
Not mine, where I grew up.
Well, you remember in that block there being tags, right? Gang tags?
Yeah.
Okay. And those gang tags are put there in your community for a reason, right?
I guess.
And you've seen some West Side gang tags in that community, right?
Yes.
You've seen some Ocean Mist gang signs in that community, right?
I don't recall.
You don't recall?
No.
Just West Side.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's go to
Being cagey for on purpose.
November 25th of 2010, which was the night of this homicide, okay? You were at home, is that correct, with your girlfriend?
Yes, sir.
Am I correct?
Yes, sir.
And you had an individual by the name of Diego Lucas come and bang on your window at about 2:30 in the morning
Yes.
because Diego Lucas wanted to advise you of what had happened.
Objection, Judge, hearsay.
Rephrase.
Did he wake you up?
Yes.
Okay. And immediately after he woke you up, did you go somewhere?
Yes.
And where did you go?
Over to the house where it happened.
To 604.
Yes.
And when you got there, there was crime scene tape up.
Yeah.
You realized that there had been a shooting.
Yeah.
You realized that there was still a body on the porch, right?
Yes, sir.
And so you were there outside of the house along with other individuals, right?
Yes.
A bunch of individuals, right?
Yeah.
And you were there as early as 2:30 in the morning, and you stayed there all the way until when you went to District 4.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Just to let you know, Loki, I will be
Mhm.
here for the duration.
You will?
Yep, I'll be here for the duration. We'll do this live
thank
stream
God.
for today, tomorrow, at like 6 in the evening, my time.
I guess I have other views, especially of this quote unquote gang they are trying to prove affiliation with, especially in the area that this happened in.
Well, if Westside and OMG are in conflict, then
Yes and no. I have very strong ties in the different gang communities, courtesy of my job for years. And having come to, I don't know, wait, want a truce? Like, you have to come to common ground because you're going to run into each other all the time. Sandy, I understand everyone keeps saying the defendant was injured and limited in physical abilities. But I hate to break it to anybody. This isn't specifically directed at you. This was brought up several times last night and last week when John asked me to pop in. I have extensive medical issues and nerve damage to my hands and things. And you learn to do jobs and learn to do things and adapt. And subduing that many people, even with my training and without nerve damage, you are not going to be able to do it A, alone, or B, with a single weapon. Because if they are in fact gang members, they're all carrying. So, if they had territory beef, you would have never caught one of them alone. It's a cardinal rule. You know, they generally have multiple weapons. Hold on one second, guys. Okay. You know, they wouldn't be alone. So nobody, even the dumbest gang members I've met, would go after, like, would ever be alone, like Ice Cream Dude was, or whoever, this entire group. If someone was there to shoot them because he mistook them for a part of the gang, or they mistook him, or whatever, nobody would have been by themselves. So, you know, I don't know. It's a stress. I'm not sure how many times it's going to take before they realize my security cameras, I can zoom in and see exactly what they're doing and yell at them. Sandy, who are you talking to? State theory, Trenton. State theory is that Keetley did this alone, contrary, and any contrary is movement towards not guilty. Right, and I am not here judging. Hold on. Sorry. You know, the problem is none of them would have been alone. Even if he was injured or had a semi-auto or whatever, it is a founding principle of gang violence and turf violence. You would never be caught alone. And while I'm not by any means saying who's guilty or innocent, there was far more to this than,
We're not getting the whole story.
Croc, hold it down for 1 moment.
That's correct. But if we can suggest enough different theories on defense, then Keetley's chances of getting let off are much easier.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry.
It's all good.
Well, 6 might have not been gang members doesn't mean it wasn't done by a gang member looking for someone affiliated to a gang. They would be a hanger-on, and if they weren't affiliated, they would actually be a target themselves because you can't do anything in the name of the gang. Witness obviously lied to police. Police didn't investigate. I mean, and that's possible.
Well, considering Lugo's idea of crime scene work, yeah, it's entirely possible. In fact, it's entirely likely. He got laser focused on Keetley, and trying to get him, they gave blanket immunity to a guy that was much more likely to have done such a thing. And then there's the machinist guy, Smith.
Can I finish what I was saying?
Sure, go ahead.
No, never mind.
Yeah, the sidebar is going kind of long. Yeah, I'm liking Wesley Smith for this one. Lucky turned her mic off for a minute. Yeah, there have actually been sidebars longer than this. Yikes. Oh, wow. Oh, whoa-ho. I wonder what kind of a deal the freaking jailhouse snitch got. Because he was looking at some serious time. 272, almost 273 kilos of marijuana. And what was it, like 60 odd kilograms of coke? I doubt they gave the snitch immunity.
Mr. Balon, on the 25th, you had a conversation with Jose Rodriguez where he told you that Jose Rodriguez did not recognize the shooter in that homicide, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, that Thanksgiving morning, there was a great deal of rumors going and circulating.
Objection, Judge, may we approach?
Yes.
Okay, I got those two mixed up. I'm sorry, Creed. You are correct. Wow. That's a lot of points. That is a whole pile of points. Okay. I don't know if Anderson's come back or not.
Now, I'm going to show you what's been marked as defense exhibit number 10. See if you recognize that exhibit.
Here's the thing. Even if it was done by someone that doesn't have current affiliation,
You received
that is
that
trying
exhibit, correct?
to gain
I believe so.
affiliation.
And I'm going to
In the gang
display
world,
that
that is what is
exhibit for
considered
you.
unsanctioned.
You
Not
remember
only
that
is
that
it
exhibit
unsanctioned,
had been forwarded to numerous individuals, correct?
Yes.
you couldn't
And so
even
when you
use
looked
it
at
as
that
your
exhibit,
way
you
in
realized
because you would have had to
that
have
exhibit was
explicit
being given
permission.
to many
And the way this was
individuals.
done in a way
Yeah.
that would have
Is that
brought
correct?
attention. So it wouldn't have gotten you any bonus points with a gang.
And you certainly recognized the picture on that particular text, correct?
I don't recall if I recognized it right away or not.
Or do you recognize that person as the ice cream man?
It's been a long time. I don't remember. Yeah, I'm guessing, yeah.
Now, did you determine who you had gotten that text message from?
No.
Did you even try?
No, I don't remember.
Well, when you get a text message, you look at your text message and you can identify
Yeah,
who sent it to you, right? I mean, you do that often, right?
yeah,
Because you want to know if you're getting a text message, you want to know who you're going to text back.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Well, since you do that and you got this text message, did you tell Detective Lugo, hey, Detective Lugo, let me help you out?
Hearsay.
You tell Detective Lugo. I'm going to sustain that.
Did you discuss this text message with Detective Lugo?
No.
Did Detective Lugo ask you any questions about this?
Objection, Judge.
I'm not asking for the question. Did he ask him any questions? It's the predicate question.
All right, let him finish the question before the objection so I can hear the whole question. Go
Did-
ahead, ask the question.
Did Detective Lugo, without telling me what he asked you, did Detective Lugo ask you any questions concerning this text?
I don't remember because I got the message after I spoke to Detective Lugo that morning.
But by same question, did Detective Lugo ever ask you any questions
I don't
about this text?
I don't remember.
I don't have any further questions.
Cross?
Good afternoon, Mr. Bailon.
Good afternoon.
You were shown this photograph.
It isn't convenient memory loss. It's that if you snitch, you're going to end up
direct
dead.
examination, and you said you didn't really recognize who that person was. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Because you only bought ice cream from the ice cream man in the purple truck about 2 or 3 times, correct?
Yeah, a couple of times.
Being affiliated with a gang is different, much, much different than actually being in the gang, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you explain to the jury what it means by being affiliated with a gang versus being actually in a gang?
From my understanding, for being affiliated, you know certain people that belong to a gang. You might hang out with them from time to time. You might talk to them. And being an actual member, you got to put in work or missions or actually hang out with them all the time. And
Yes,
listen to what
even
they
if you
say. They
snitch
got
on the
certain rules,
detective.
stuff you got to abide by when you're a member.
Did you personally know Daniel Beltran?
Yes,
Did you personally know Juan Guitron?
yes,
Did you personally know Sergio Guitron?
yes.
Did you personally know Richard Cantu?
No,
I
Did you
wonder.
personally know Gonzalo Guevara?
yes,
And did you personally know Jose Rodriguez?
yes,
Did you personally know Ramon Galan?
no,
Any of those individuals that you actually knew, none of them were ever in a gang, correct?
No.
None of them were in West Side Gang.
no,
Ocean Miss Gangsters, is that a real gang like Sir 13?
no.
What is it?
It was just a bunch of, I guess, or now we're adults, but a bunch of teenagers that grew up in the street, and just a group of us. Just
A group of kids that were living on
we all-
Ocean Mist?
Yeah, we all lived in the neighborhood, and it was just a bunch of us that hung out. Just a group of kids, crew of kids. Not to call it a gang, call it a crew, a posse. You can call it whatever you want.
On the night of November 24th of 2010 and the early morning hours of November 25th of 2010, you were not at 604 Ocean Mist Court.
No,
Anything you know about what happened there is what you learned from what somebody else told you.
Yeah.
You never saw the shooter.
no,
You have no idea what happened on that porch.
no,
You never even heard gunshots.
no.
Okay, just
You
looking
did go
at
down
the
to
things.
the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office and you were interviewed by law enforcement
Yes, ma'am.
and you cooperated with them.
Yes, ma'am.
This man right here in the cream colored sweater, you're not friends with him, right?
No.
You never even knew his name
No.
Thanksgiving morning of 2010.
No.
No.
Were you aware that he knew your nickname?
No.
Were you aware he was asking people
Well, the thing
around
is, I
about
mean,
you?
No.
Hey, if you snitch on the detective. I was just looking. They admit that they knew he wasn't a police detective by the behavior.
I
Who's
would
that?
assume since you're not friends with him,
What?
you were never over at his home.
No.
Wait, who wasn't the police detective by the behavior?
Publishing States Exhibit 115.
They all said that they admit
By Lon. That
it
is your
was
last
not.
name, correct?
They knew it was not a police detective
507 Ocean Miss. That's your
by
address,
his
correct?
behavior. He was
Joelle,
wearing a
that's your
generic
father's name.
T-shirt that said
Yes, ma'am.
"detective" stamped on the
Rosa,
back.
that's your mother's name.
Oh, jeez.
Yes, ma'am.
He wasn't in a marked vehicle, and he rolls up alone in a T-shirt, not wearing a vest,
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
with no credentials visible. If you're working the streets or you're undercover, you're not wearing a T-shirt that says detective.
No, they would not be.
They are admitting that while at first blush they may have thought so, and they all proned out face down.
Mr. Bayan, at the time, November of 2010,
But
you were dating a female with the last name Jaramillo, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Her first name Samantha.
Yes, ma'am.
What was the name of her boyfriend
So-
prior to you dating her?
Andres Gonzalez.
And November of 2010, he was in prison, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you describe him? What
Anubis, I'm
background,
just
what race was
going
he?
off of
He was
what
Hispanic. About
How
was
tall was he?
5'5".
in the
Dark
news
skin
articles. I
complex.
just looked at 3 of them.
Oh,
It doesn't
bald-headed.
matter. You're not wearing that.
What kind of build was he?
He was medium build.
But you're not talking like Marisol Vitrucciana MS-13. You're not talking Crip. You're not talking Blood. You're not talking any of the big ones. It would have to be sanctioned, even if you were just a hang around or someone trying to go from
When
affiliate
I asked you
to
initially on direct examination,
actual
whether
blood
you
in,
had
blood out
purchased- you
member,
had purchased ice cream and
it
nachos
wouldn't have
from
been
Mr.
an
Keetley numerous
affiliated way to
times.
do it.
You told this jury yes numerous times. Remember?
Yeah.
And now the prosecutor gets up here and asks you, Mr. Balon, you've only purchased
Bylon.
from Mr. Keetley
Not
2
Balin,
times, and
Bylon.
you say yes.
2 or 3, she said.
2 or 3. So which one is it? Is it numerous or is it 2 or 3? Because they're light years apart.
A couple is 2. 3 could be numerous, so I said 3 or 4.
Oh, so to you, 3 is numerous.
To me, to several people too, not just
And
me.
that was what you had purchased for yourself, correct?
No, not for myself.
Debbie, if we wear
Well,
a
you did purchase
badge,
for yourself from
Well,
Mr.
yeah,
Keetley.
but
We have a
purchased for other
vest
people
on.
too.
Yeah,
asked
you
if every-
did.
You asked me if
You
everything
purchased
for myself.
for the little kids as well, correct?
Yes.
and we're in a
No
mark.
further questions, Your Honor.
And if you're working the gang unit, you are not going to wear a shirt and have a badge and walk into any area that has heavy gang activity. I'm not saying the ice cream man did it. I'm just saying people are putting a little too much
And I'll ask the
stock
defense to please call the
in
next witness.
focusing on this.
Certainly.
There are far better pieces of information that have come out that you could impeach things with and raise reasonable doubt.
Well, it would help if the prosecutor wasn't completely scattered. She used a shotgun approach. Try everything and see what and try everything and make sure you keep it focused on Keetley.
Every one of them, and I just pulled some of the public documents, They all say it was a pump action weapon. Every single one of them. And the way they're describing it is not a the way they're describing it
The witness is going to be a video, so I'm going to read you those two
does
instructions
not
again that apply to videos.
lead
Prior
me to
sworn
believe
testimony will be played for
that
you.
it's rehearsed testimony or like a rehearsed
There may be other
statement
lawyers
of what the
conducting
gun looks
previous
like.
hearings or portions of this trial. Please do not be concerned with the type of hearing or age of the case. Instead, focus on the testimony and the evidence presented. Additionally, instruction on edited recording. Members of the jury, you are about to listen to a audio or video. I think this is a video, correct?
Yes, sir.
Video recording. The court instructs you that the recording has been edited to eliminate irrelevant portions that would not add to your understanding of the case. The fact that the recording has been edited should not concern you in any way and must not
Debbie, he had a
impact the
Glock
way
in the
that
truck
you
with an
listen to
aftermarket
and
barrel.
consider this evidence. Whenever you're ready.
Yes, sir, with that, the defense will call Jennifer.
Happens to everybody, Amanda.
Jennifer Baker.
All right.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Yes, Jennifer Dysart, D-Y-S-A-R-T.
And what do you do?
I'm a psychology professor
And where are you a psychology professor?
at John Jay College of Criminal Justice in New York City.
Could you please tell us a little bit about your educational background, where you got your undergrad degree and so on and so forth?
Yes, so my undergraduate degree is from St. Thomas University in New Brunswick, Canada. My master's degree is in brain behavior and cognitive science from Queen's University in Kingston, Ontario. And my PhD is in social psychology, also from Queen's University in Canada.
And I think you told
couldn't
us you're
find
a
anyone in
professor
the
at John
US?
Jay College. Is that in New York?
Yes, it is.
And how long have you been a professor there?
They're 14 years.
Tell us a little bit about your work experience.
Yes, so prior to working at John Jay College, I worked full-time at Southern Connecticut State University in New Haven, Connecticut. And at the same time, I adjuncted one semester at Quinnipiac University.
What courses do you teach currently or have you taught in the past?
So at the undergraduate level, I teach introduction, or in the past, I've taught introduction to psychology. And I also teach an undergraduate course called Psychology and Law. At the master's level, I've taught courses in psychology and law, also at the PhD or doctoral level in psychology and law, as well as in research methodology.
What was your dissertation on that you prepared and presented to get your PhD?
Sure. So in 2004, I studied the effects of alcohol intoxication on eyewitness memory and eyewitness reliability.
Have you taught classes on eyewitness identification?
Yes, at the master's level.
And what types of topics and issues do you deal with when you're teaching those classes?
So I cover what we would call all the basics with regard to eyewitness testimony, so how memory works. And I also cover the factors that have been shown through scientific research to influence witness testimony and witness reliability.
And are there like specific subsections within eyewitness identification that deal with values or factors that scientists or researchers or professors like you deal with?
Yes, since the late 1970s, researchers in the field of eyewitness identification have really researched and thought about the field in kind of two major categories. So there are factors that we call estimator variables, and these are all of the factors that are related to the witness's opportunity to see the perpetrator at the time of the crime. So was it at night? Was it a far distance? Was there intoxication? So all of those factors that could potentially influence the strength of the witness's memory for the people or the person they saw. So those are estimator variables. The system variables, on the other hand, are essentially the choices that law enforcement make when they're trying to collect the evidence from.
I'm going to pause this for 1 second. Great. I'm not saying I don't find her credible, but my questioning is, when you look at psychology and sociology, psychology is the mental and behaviors of a person. Sociology is essentially of the group. So if you're going to testify in a case and you're trying to raise reasonable doubt and hang it on either gang violence, misidentification, or something like that, you would want someone with in-depth sociological graduate education and experience, not psychological, because all gang violence falls under the expertise of sociology, not psychology. And so that's my question. Not that she's not credible. I just think it was a bad choice. I'm not critiquing her as a person. I'm critiquing the choices made by counsel.
From the eyewitness. What types of questions are they going to ask them? How many photographs are they going to show? How are they going to show the photographs? Who's going to show the photographs? So really what we look at are factors related to the crime and the witness itself. And then we also look at factors related to the police procedures and how they collect that evidence.
Have you been published?
Yes, I published.
And in what journals have you been published?
Gosh, the Journal of Applied Research in Memory and Cognition, Journal of Experimental Criminology, Psychology, Policy and Law.
Yeah, Debbie, she teaches about eyewitness testimony. But again, we're not hanging our hat on
So
this.
I've conducted research, obviously, on the effects of alcohol on eyewitness memory for my dissertation. And since then, I've been conducting research primarily on identification procedures, so the system variables. So research on repeated identification procedures when a witness has the opportunity to see a person in multiple identification procedures. What is the effect on
And what they're
accuracy?
choosing to pick out of
I've done
this
research on double-blind administration. So that is
with different
when the officer or
administrations of
person who's
lineups and
conducting the
things.
identification procedure, do they
You
know
should be
who
looking
the
at the
suspect is, or do they
sociological
not know
perspective,
who the suspect is?
not just
what
the
influence does
psychological
that have
perspective of
on
one
the outcome,
person
on witness reliability?
who would have been part of a
I
gang,
studied
who would have been
911
part of an
dispatchers
incident
for my
involving
most recent
5 or
work.
6 people at the same time.
And there are others, sorry.
That's okay.
Go on.
Do you review, or are you a reviewer for any publications?
Yes.
And what does a reviewer do?
So a reviewer is a person who's volunteering their time to.
I'm not saying anyone's guilty or
to
innocent.
essentially look at research
I'm
that other
saying that there are
professors
better
and students
ways.
are trying to have published. And so what happens is typically the
I'm-
editor or an associate editor
I
of the
could care
journal
less either way.
will
I'm
reach out
saying
to people
there are better
who
ways
they
to
believe have
raise
expertise on a
reasonable
particular
doubt.
topic that the
There are more effective
research is on.
ways to
And
raise
they'll ask, do you
reasonable
have
doubt
time or
in a
expertise
case
to review this
that has
article and let us
such
know,
a
is this good
large
quality? Is this a good standard
consequence to conviction.
piece of work that's been written? And do you recommend that it should be published? Do you recommend
yeah, we
maybe
know
it
they
should
were
be
intoxicated.
revised and resubmitted? And so the
But
reviewer, usually 2 to 3
sociology
reviewers per
covers the
journal
same
article
thing,
that gets submitted,
because
makes
the
recommendations
sociology
to the
would be
editor about
dynamic
if
of
they think this is good
intoxicated
quality
people.
research.
Is that what is called peer review?
Yes, and the process is usually what we call blind. So when a person is doing the reviewing, we don't necessarily know who the
If you
researcher
look
is.
at
So we're not biased
witness
in our decisions.
Are
identification
there particular
with a
journals
group
that
of
you do
intoxicated
peer
people,
review for?
you would want the
Yes, there are.
sociological
Usually
perspective
after a
because
person
you're
is
a group.
published, in a journal.
Even
That
though they
journal
are
then asks them to
individually
be
making
a
the
reviewer. So I've reviewed
identification,
for some of the journals that I
they
mentioned.
are still
Were the articles that you've published that you've
going
talked
to
about, a few
follow
of
those
them,
procedures
were those peer reviewed for those journals?
because those people are going to be together at some point, before, during, or
What
after.
areas of psychology do you specialize in?
I specialize in eyewitness identification.
And so when we talk about eyewitness identification, tell us a little bit about what does that encompass? What does that encompass?
Sure. So researchers in the field
Yes,
typically come
in
from
theory,
two
but
backgrounds.
after
So
the
there are
TSA
cognitive psychologists
yesterday,
who generally study
I
memory
wouldn't hang my
processes
hat on
and
that.
brain function. And I'm a social psychologist, and we study more about kind of how human interaction can influence witnesses' decisions. So how we're influenced by other
Hold this, I'll be
people,
right back.
and how that can
Okay.
affect or change the way in which we remember things or how we report things. And so the research literature is rich with both of these backgrounds. And so researchers who are in eyewitness identification are generally familiar with kind of both strategies or approaches to the field.
Have you been appointed to serve on any task forces regarding eyewitness identification?
Yes, in 2016, I was contacted and asked if I would be the eyewitness expert on the Third Circuit Task Force. That's Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Delaware, and the Virgin Islands. And so I sat on that task force for a little over 3 years.
What was the end result of your work with that task force?
The end result is we released a report in very late 2019, not that long ago, that covered essentially a scientific review of many of the things I'll be talking about today, as well as what the best practices are for law enforcement and kind of recommendations.
Are you familiar with the work of other psychologists in the field of eyewitness identification?
Yes, I am.
And how do you remain current in your field?
Well, there are multiple ways. They're reviewing. When you're contacted and asked to review others' work, you can see what other researchers are doing. Attending conferences. So we have a big international conference every year, and over 1,000 researchers that attend. I have conversations with my colleagues and discuss the research and what's going on as well.
Have you been recognized as an expert in eyewitness identification in courts in the United States?
Yes, I have.
And how many times?
About 65 times.
Your Honor,
That's
this
at
time
least a
to
place
the
to
witness.
start.
Any questions? No questions this time. You may proceed.
Can I just adjust my chair?
Absolutely.
Yeah, sorry. Feet on the ground.
The microphone also adjusted.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Before we get into it, are you here to tell the jury whether any of the eyewitnesses that have made a selection in this case are accurate or inaccurate?
No, I'm not.
And why is that?
Because I don't know.
What do you and other experts in your field do to come to opinions or conclusions that you might reach regarding eyewitnesses in a particular case or a particular scenario?
Sure. So when the attorney contacts me or my colleagues, we ask for all of the materials in the case that they have that are related to the eyewitness identification. So any interviews that the witness may have given, all police reports that are related to that, maybe identification procedures, any testimony that the witness may have given. So I ask for copies of all of that.
Did you receive those from me?
Yes, I did.
What did you review in this particular case?
Thousands of pages, probably related to this case. So transcripts, deposition, testimony and hearing testimony from several of the victims in this case, Gonzalo Cabrera, Jose Rodriguez, Daniel Beltran, Raymond Galan, Also testimony from detectives in the case, Cranberger, Lugo, Woods, others. I'm sure I'm just can't recall at the moment. I've also reviewed very select portions of medical records for Gonzalo Rivera as it relates to alcohol intoxication. In addition to the police report, which the copy I received was about 1,400 pages. So there were, for example, interview transcripts with the witnesses in that document. And so I reviewed that document as well as the 911 call recording.
So let's talk a little bit about memory. How does it work? How does memory work?
So the generally accepted kind of theory of how memory works is that it is in 3 stages. So the first stage is what we call the acquisition or encoding stage of memory. And that's when you're listening, you're paying attention, you're trying to kind of get information into the system. And researchers explore all of the factors that influence our ability to encode information and to acquire information, what we call the estimator variables. The second stage is the storage. So how long is that information that you've hopefully paid attention to and that you've encoded, how long has that stayed in memory before the third stage, which is the retrieval? We're trying to find the memory, trying to find the information that we have paid attention to. And there's generally 2 forms. That's free recall. If someone asks, what's your name? Where do you live? And then there's also recognition. So if you were to look at a crime scene photo or look at a photograph of someone, is that something that you can say, yes, I've seen that before? So those are the kind of the general theory.
Are there some common misconceptions about a human being's memory that researchers have found?
Yes.
And what are those misconceptions?
Some misconceptions are that memory can work like a video recorder. So that if you just kind of try hard enough, you can like close your eyes and like replay kind of the memory back. In fact, memory is more of a reconstructive process. So each time you think of something,
yeah, that's really what's happening
you're
here.
actually kind of rebuilding that memory, like putting it back together. Another misconception is that really stressful or traumatic events are
That's why the last
different
time,
in that they will never
the
be forgotten, that they're very
do
accurate.
They just pressed it right after the prosecution was done because I thought the prosecution had proved the case for him. Didn't quite work out.
Can witnesses' memory change?
Yes.
And how can that occur?
There are multiple ways it can change. First, over time, sometimes we just forget information. And so we're less likely to remember more information as time passes. The other way it can change is if we learn information from other people or other sources after an event, that can actually affect our memory for the original event. So what happens sometimes is people think, oh, where did I hear that story? Or who did I hear that information
Sorry, I'm back.
from?
The other adult.
We have difficulty sometimes remembering the context, who told us, or where did we learn
I wasn't talking to
Even though
you.
we might remember kind of the gist or the general idea of the information.
And yeah, Creed, I mean, like the majority should be done during
What
the
is
cross for the
contamination
state, but the cross
in
did such a
regards
shitty
to
job. You really
Very
shouldn't be
similar
relying
to
on
the way I
them.
was just describing is after the original events,
Well, last time
the
they hung that
critical event,
jury,
if you
was
are exposed to information
10 not
afterwards
guilty,
from other
guilty.
sources, and again, it doesn't matter who it is, where the information comes from. If
on
that
the first trial
information
in
is slightly
2020,
different than what you
the jury
experienced
hung
yourself and have as
10 not guilty and 2 guilty.
Right, but that's what I'm saying. I could raise even more reasonable doubt than they had then, and I can raise that amount of reasonable doubt that would be insurmountable just based off 3 witnesses today. What I'm saying is it's a really shitty trial strategy when you've got such a big, ominous thing to be worried about the prosecution, you poking holes in the prosecution. This is the defense case now. You don't bring a psychologist that deals with individual identification, intoxicated or not. You get someone that can testify to the sociology of a group, especially when they were drinking together, and the suggestibility of a group that has been drinking together. If that makes sense.
It makes sense to me.
Because, yes, she studies intoxicated people and identification. But what you do is, people forget, you take sociology, which is essentially psychology of a group. They were drinking together before the shooting started. So when somebody shows up, right, and they all hit the deck because they were drinking on the front porch and playing cards, and they saw a car pull up, or whatever it is, they have already made a decision as a group using sociology. And that's going to impact their identification, intoxicated or not. That's going to shape and impact their testimony, even though hers is about intoxicated identification of one person. Their initial memory that they are going to, the underlying memory that they are going to go off of, has to deal with the suggestibility and the sociology of everything leading up to that minute. So you don't want to hang your hat on poking holes in their case. You don't want to hang your hat on a psychologist, because I can find 15 sociologists that are going to say, yeah, what she says is true for one person. But if Croc, Patty, and I are drinking together at the bar, and I see somebody pull up, and I'm like, hey, Croc, doesn't that look like so-and-so? And you say, yeah, it does. Patty, remember that guy from... So then even if they get you a loan for identification or for the lineups, the sociology aspect of it has already been in play. If that makes sense.
Mentality, Mayor McNeil.
Right. The sociology aspect has already formed the impression. Yeah, one of them can change their mind in an interrogation and be like, no, you're right. Maybe it wasn't him. Maybe we were wrong. But even more so, since you're trying to say this was gang related, so they are even less likely to break from the sociological mentality. Right? Detective or not, that looks like the detective that used to always hit us up for this. That used to be, that looks like, and they're having this discussion all the way up until the shooting. And then while in the hospital, or while in wherever, or rehab, or while they're whatever, it is all going to go back to the sociology of the group and the group dynamic. And that's where you're going to run into an issue. And there are more interesting and easier ways. I swear to God, I'm going to take that screaming goat and run it over. There are, easier ways to impeach this and introduce doubt. If you've done any extensive sociology studying, if you've been around gangs, you've worked with people in gangs, that are going to keep them from changing. Guys, I'm streaming their personal stuff. Because let's say one of those people did, in fact, recognize somebody else. The sociological dynamic of the group is going to ensure that they are not going to turn around and do the right thing and say, I don't agree with them. If that makes sense.
Of memory, then your memory can become, as we say, contaminated by that information. So it becomes incorporated into our memory.
And that's what you're talking about.
And the
Things can
concern
be
is that we may
contaminated.
not remember
Right. Well, there's other
where
5
we learned that
people
information.
contaminated your
So
damn
down the
memory.
road, when asked to think of something, we believe that we
Alex,
actually
shut
saw
my
that
door.
original event when in fact it's something we may have learned from somebody else.
Do the studies suggest when a memory is the most reliable?
Well, generally speaking, because of that second stage of memory, the storage, the sooner the better in terms of testing the memory. So right away, the memory is more likely to be accurate. In addition, there's less opportunity for potential contamination, right? So the sooner you can test someone, the better.
Now, I think
Right.
talking,
They had the time to
earlier you
contest
talked a
it
little
while they
bit
were sitting there
about
as a
what you
group,
called estimator variables,
which
and those are things that
completely
are just
throws off
kind of
everything else
occurring during the
in
crime
her research,
regarding
which she's
the victim or the
postulating.
witness and what have you. What are some of the factors that are considered when you're looking at these estimator variables?
Sure. There's a relatively long list that researchers have looked at over the years. One is exposure. So how much time did you actually have to see the events during the original opportunity? And so exposure time, it's probably not surprising when I, for example, tell my students to study hard and study long. The longer they're exposed to information, the more they're exposed to it, the greater the likelihood they will have a good memory for that event. So, or the information. So
The longer they sat on the porch and discussed it
to view something
before
or
it
see
happened.
something, the greater the likelihood they will be accurate in their recognition later on.
Have there been studies that isolate and identify these issues about the exposure duration, a witness or a victim's ability to see a perpetrator, whether longer or short?
Too much longer.
Are you familiar with the studies that have been done on exposure duration and the reliability of an eyewitness selection?
I'm familiar with studies, yes.
Okay. And are those studies that you rely upon in your field as an expert in eyewitness identification?
Yes.
And is it your opinion that the shorter a witness has, or the least time a witness has to be able to perceive a perpetrator of a crime, the less reliable their identification or selection of a perpetrator may be?
Yes.
How many studies would you say has been done on exposure
Have, not
duration
have.
over the years?
Yes, I'm nitpicky about grammar when you have a PhD.
And over the years, do experts in your field get the results of those studies and publish them in a summary?
Screwed up, not the this time.
Kind of. Well, we conduct what's called meta-analysis or meta-analyses that summarizes the results of many studies on a particular topic.
And when experts in your field conduct what you call meta-analysis, which is basically a summary of the studies, does this get published?
Yes.
And is this something you review?
Exposure duration? Yes.
Okay. Let's talk a little bit about exposure duration in our case. Did you review in the material that was provided to you whether or not that factor existed here?
Yes, it's my opinion that it exists here.
Okay, and why is that your opinion?
So the testimony of the victims in this case, who were interviewed by law enforcement, and also provided other types of testimony, indicated that they saw the
This is a defense witness, McNome, and that's why I'm saying, if this is who you picked as a defense witness,
Why do you have
get
to
a
believe
shitty
that this
trial
factor
strategy.
applies in this case without discussing specifically what any of these victims/witnesses said in the documents you reviewed?
Without saying specifically their recollections of their observation. That there are, yes, it's difficult. I don't know how to answer without
I know.
saying what I know. Based on their descriptions to law enforcement, it's my opinion that exposure duration is relevant here. I'm not sure. I'm not sure exactly the limits on what I'm supposed to say and what I'm not.
So here's the thing. I don't know the limits of what I'm supposed to say and when I can say what I know. That to me would have been enough to have her thrown out, right? I don't know what the limits are on what I'm supposed to say because I already know more about the case than either A, I'm supposed to, or B, than you want me to speak on because of things like rules of hearsay. How many times have you guys heard me talk about when you're like, hey, did you watch this case? And I say, no, I'm going to break it down to do the firearms analysis, and I don't want to go into it biased, right? So this is literally why. Because you can only skate around something so much. So what's happening is her job is to give the opinion, not follow the rules of evidence. Right. And that's why I'm very clear. I mean, Creed, you've been with me since the beginning of my channel. So, I'm using you as an excuse, not an excuse. Creed, here's what Creed said. And then Creed, I want your answer to what I'm about to say because I'm putting it up. Because you've been here with me for a long time. How many times do I say, I have no idea what this case is actually about? It is my job to tell you about guns and ballistics. Last night when we were discussing it, I said specifically, and I know you commented on it last night, Creed, I should not know where you got those shell casings because you're introducing confirmation bias. And that is exactly why you don't use a witness like this. Because she's flat out telling you, and she just said it, that she is essentially lying. This might not be the right answer. I have a different answer, which is what I want to say. But I can't say it because I know it, and it would fall under the rules of hearsay. But I don't have that problem. And she shouldn't have that problem because she shouldn't know enough about the case. If her job is to come here and testify
on the nature of memory.
Yeah, but her opinions are based on hearsay. The basis of her expertise is inherently hearsay evidence. No, it's not. It is meta-analysis. Yes, if you go by hearsay evidence in so much as she's looking at meta-analysis. She's looking at interviews of people that involve hearsay. She's not, her expertise should not be the hearsay of this case.
Well, somebody actually gave her the case files.
But that's my point. You give her things that are redacted enough to limit her scope so she is not bringing in hearsay evidence into her opinion. Her sitting here saying, I don't know what you want me to say because I don't know what's admissible. Are you lying? Are you changing your answer because you don't know what's admissible? You never give somebody enough information that is an expert witness like this. You know what I mean? You limit them.
State of Florida seems to be pretty bad at that.
But do you see, like, you see my point? It's like, yeah, her shit's hearsay evidence to a point. Yeah, but she shouldn't know enough about the case that the hearsay evidence she is relying on, your field of study is hearsay evidence. How can any psychologist make an opinion in a case without knowing about the case? The problem is the lawyer's question, not the expert. I'm not saying the problem, Creed, is her. And what you're saying is exactly what I said. I take bigger issue with they have given her far too much room. They have given her far too much rope that anything she says can now be questioned as hearsay. I'm not faulting her or her study or her intelligence. I am faulting the choice of questioning, how it is done, and the scope. Does that make sense?
So is it your opinion that based on what you reviewed, that the eyewitnesses and the victims had too short of a time period to view the perpetrator?
That it was a very short time period.
And that's why you believe this factor applies here?
Yes, that's correct.
Is there a factor within the estimator values that deals with weapon focus?
Yes.
Okay, tell us a little bit about that. What is weapon focus?
Sure. So weapon focus is another estimator variable where witnesses and victims tend to look at a weapon.
You stare at the gun, not the person.
Being used. And so what the research shows is that witnesses tend to be less accurate in crimes where there's a weapon than crimes where there's not a weapon. And this is, the researchers believe that this is...
To what? What grounds? Objection hearsay, objection what?
Without saying what other research shows, okay, let's just talk about, you talk about how you review research as part of your job as a professor and an expert in eyewitness identification.
Yes.
Okay? So let's talk about, we were talking about weapon focus and we got sidetracked by that, okay? So let's talk about weapon focus. What does weapon focus show as a factor in how it can affect a witness or a victim's identification or selection of a perpetrator?
Yes, so when a weapon is present, there can be a tendency for witnesses to focus on the weapon, and when they're doing that, there's less time to focus on the face or the other features of the person that they're looking at, likely the perpetrator. And so this looking at the weapon distracts from being able to look at the person's face and can also increase the stress or the fear as well that the person might be experiencing at the time.
Like with exposure duration. With
Sandy, I'll get that in a little bit. I don't want to talk over
many
too much.
studies on this issue?
Yes.
And does that get ultimately compiled into that meta-analysis that gets published?
There are two meta-analyses on weapon focus.
That encompass a study of many weapon-focused studies?
Dozens of studies.
And have you reviewed that?
Yes, I have.
During your review of the materials in this case, did you have any indication that weapon focus effect may have been a factor without discussing what anybody said? When you reviewed all that information you told us about, police reports, summaries of the victim's statements, hearing testimony of the victims, depositions of the victims, do you have an opinion whether or not weapon focus was a factor in this case?
Yes, I do.
Why is that?
Based on the materials that I reviewed, it's my opinion that it's a relevant factor.
And you talked a little bit, when we were talking about weapon focus, you talked a little bit about the fact that a weapon is.
Creed, is it up? Or are they just coming back with it? Croc, check out this, because if they've already announced it, or if they're getting ready to, I'll flip over, and then we can flip right back.
Involved in a crime increases stress.
Generally, yes.
Is stress another factor that comes into play as an estimator value when we're looking at the reliability or accuracy of the eyewitness selection?
Yes, it's another factor.
And tell us how that can affect it.
So
are they back with it already?
Yes, it actually says verdict reached on the thing.
Okay, but have they? Okay, why don't you pull the stream?
They're standing up now. Let me
pull
just
the stream and pop it up.
Give me a second. I'm working on it.
No, that's fine. I'm just gonna play until you do that.
So stress or high degrees of arousal in individuals can affect our ability to encode information. That first stage.
There you go.
Okay, guys, we'll come back to the other one, but I want to make sure we have the verdict up.
Okay. Just grab that here again real quick.
We can take bets in the chat.
I don't know. Chat's watched more of it than I have, so.
I haven't watched any of anything.
Oh, yeah, that. Okay. Sanchi says stalking but not murder. I'm thinking Kenosha's going to burn this guy at the stake completely. Why? Because it's Kenosha.
Isn't that like their thing? Isn't that what they're known for?
Yes, that's what they're known for. Rittenhouse was a fluke. No, there were 2 stalking charges and then the murder charge.
All right, members of the jury, have you elected a presiding juror? Would you state your name? No, well, we don't need to do that. Has the jury reached a verdict as to each count? Would you hand all of the papers to the bailiff, please?
I don't know what stalking is there, but he'd probably be looking at some kind of jail time. What we do know is the body was never found.
Yep. I think this was like the jealous ex-boyfriend thing.
Yeah, this is a jealous ex-boyfriend.
Come on, people, spit it out. We have another child to get back to. I don't want to stare at him. But I don't want people to miss the verdict because I know people are interested in both.
How do you rise, face the jury, and hearken to its verdicts?
Go. Lawyer's nervous. The blonde on the to screen left, she was the lead for this.
First count of the information, we the jury find the defendant, Zachariah Anderson, guilty of stalking Stacey Beacom as charged. As to the second count of the information, we the jury find the defendant, Zachariah Anderson, guilty of stalking Monroeville Blvd as charged. As to the third count of the information, we, the jury, find the defendant, Zachariah Anderson, guilty of intentional homicide of the first degree.
Guilties across the board.
That's about what I expected.
As to the fourth count of the information, we, the jury, find the defendant, Zachariah Anderson, guilty of hiding in force as charged.
Oh, I put it in the wrong stack. Yeah, you may be seated. Members of the jury, are these your unanimous verdicts? You have heard the clerk reading verdicts finding the defendant guilty as to each count of the information. I'm going to pull you by seat number 1 through 6 across the top, 7 through 12 across the front. If you agree with each and every one of these verdicts, finding the defendant guilty as charged, please respond by saying yes. If there is any of the verdicts with which you do not agree, even one, please respond by saying no. Were these and are these now your verdicts? Number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6. Oh no, 5. Okay, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Remind me.
All right, any further requests with respect to the jury?
Not from the state.
No,
All right. Folks, I want to thank you for your service in this case. I could not have asked for a more cooperative, pleasant jury to work with. And in no way am I commenting whatsoever on the outcome of the case in terms of.
Let me know when you want me to tell it, Loki.
Length of the case and what the original
I'm just waiting to
expectation.
see when they're going to hold him over. Don't worry about it. Let's kill this and go back.
Long breaks. And, I could go on. You have been.
So that's the general effect of high degrees of stress.
Have there, like with exposure duration and weapon focus, have there been studies conducted on whether or not stress negatively impacts a witness's memory?
Yes, there have.
Has there just been one, or have there been many?
Many, and there's also a meta-analysis that summarizes all those studies as well.
And have you reviewed that meta-analysis?
I have, yes.
In your opinion, based on your review of the materials in this case, do you believe that stress was a factor in this particular case with the victims of this crime?
Yes, I think stress is a factor to consider in the reliability.
Is something that's called own race bias a factor that sometimes experts in your field take into consideration when understanding or evaluating eyewitness identification or selection?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And did that exist in this case?
It's my opinion based on the review of the materials that it's relevant, yes.
Tell us a little bit about what that is, own race bias.
So own race bias, also referred to as cross-race bias, is the phenomenon that we are less accurate at identifying people from other racial or ethnic groups. And it turns out it's not just racial and ethnic groups, it's other groups, period. So we tend to be less accurate at identifying others, people that we don't necessarily identify with. So it's the general principle.
Does that mean that somebody's got to be a bigot or somebody that's prejudiced against other races to have this factor affect them?
No.
No. Prejudice and racism have not been shown to be significantly related to the cross-race or own race bias. So that's not a factor to consider in the evaluation.
Have there been studies done on this own race bias?
Many studies.
When did those studies begin?
I'd say they're mid-1960s, probably, the first studies.
Is own race bias, as far as eyewitnesses go, is that something that's a hypothesis, or is that something that has been established by the studies that have been done in this field?
It's an established phenomenon that we're just less accurate at identifying people from other groups.
And so that phenomenon now, is research still done on that phenomenon?
Yes.
Looking at the kind of mechanisms as to why. So why does this happen? So that's a lot of the research that's happening now.
So just for my edification, so the studies that are being done now are, is there own race bias? It's why is there own race bias?
The majority of the research, yes.
And in this particular case, when we talk about race, are we including just race or are we including ethnicity?
Ethnicity, as I said before, it's different groups. So as long as it's a perceivable difference in groups, then that would apply.
So would that apply to if you have an ethnic group such as Hispanics that are viewing somebody that may be a Caucasian non-Hispanic?
Yes.
And did this factor come into play, in your opinion, in this case?
Yes, based on my review of the materials.
Is another one of the factors that you look at, or the experts in your
Guys,
field
I'm going to
look
speed
at?
this up to 1.25 just so we can catch up.
Catch up.
When you're evaluating the reliability of eyewitness selection, alcohol and drug use.
Yes.
And I think earlier you had talked a little bit about the fact that your dissertation had to do with alcohol.
Yes.
Tell us a little bit about that.
So for my thesis work, for my dissertation, I conducted 2 studies on the effects of alcohol intoxication on accuracy. The first was a laboratory study where we had volunteers come in and we randomly assigned them to either receive alcohol or not receive alcohol, so in the control condition. And after we got our participants to 0.08, which is the legal limit for driving, the maximum in many jurisdictions and where I was doing my research, we then exposed them to a live interaction. So they met with someone and for about 30 seconds, and then about 10 or 15 minutes later, we asked them to describe that person that they had interacted with, and then showed them photographs to see if they could make an accurate identification. In the second study, actually conducted it in bars. The reason we did that is, why I did that is because in the laboratory we had ethical limits on how intoxicated we could get the participants legally. So 0.08 was the highest we could get them intoxicated. But in the bar, people would show up at the bar substantially more intoxicated than the legal limit. So we had individuals at the high limit of, I think, 0.22 blood alcohol concentration, when the legal limit for driving was 0.08 as a comparison.
That's a lot.
Were you able to confirm what the person's drug alcohol level was?
So we had, for part of the research, we had breathalyzers, multiple breathalyzers that we had purchased. And so we actually were able to tell exactly what their blood alcohol concentration was.
And what was the result of your study?
So in the bar
Why is
study,
your
which is,
video?
has been published in the peer review journal, what we did is we had someone go up and approach individuals at the bar and ask them if they wanted to participate in the study. They said yes. That person took them to another room, kind of like a manager's office in the bar. And then they did what we call a distractor task for about 10 minutes, just to get some time between when they saw the person and then they were going to be asked to remember what they saw. And then they were asked to describe the person that they saw. And then
What do you
did
mean,
what's called
Maddie?
show up identification. So it's just one photo, just law enforcement technique that's sometimes used. And we asked them with this one photo, is this the person that just brought you to this room about 10, 15 minutes ago? And so what we found is that intoxicated and sober, kind of more sober people were actually both pretty accurate at the correct recognition. So they were able to say, yep, that's the person that I saw before. But intoxicated people were more likely to say, yes, that's the person, when in fact it wasn't. So when we replaced the actual person who had brought them to the other room with a new person that they hadn't seen before, a lot of witnesses in the intoxicated condition made a mistake and thought that that was the person that had brought them there.
And the individual, when you would replace the photograph, was the photograph of somebody that looked like the individual that had had the contact with them prior to them going back in the room and being distracted for about 10 minutes?
Well, they were similar looking, would match the same description.
How about, let me ask you this, besides your studies, have there been other studies done by experts in your field on the effects of alcohol on an eyewitness's ability to reliably and accurately select an individual as the perpetrator of the crime?
Yes, I have.
Okay. And have those been published and summarized or put in a meta-analysis?
There's a review, not specifically a meta-analysis, kind of a review on recall. So a witness's ability to just remember information when they're intoxicated.
How about if the person, in addition to alcohol, has other drugs in their systems, for instance, cocaine? And so in addition to having alcohol in their system, they also have cocaine in their system. Have there been any studies regarding what that effect may have?
So in the eyewitness field, not to my knowledge, because typically in those studies, we try to isolate variables that we're looking at. And so if we're looking at alcohol and its effects, we want to make sure that's all we're looking at. So typically, like in the research that I did, we asked people, have you done any other drugs? Are you on any pain medication? And if they say yes, then typically they're actually excluded from the study because we're trying to isolate the different factors in the studies.
Are there any ethical considerations regarding using illegal drugs to conduct studies in your field?
Yes, it's extremely difficult to do that research.
Did you find that alcohol and or drug use was a factor in this particular case after you reviewed all the information you've talked about?
Yes, I did.
And did you consider that that was a factor that would affect the accuracy and reliability of an eyewitness selection in this case?
That it could, yes.
Excuse me?
That it could affect the reliability, yes.
And what about prior familiarity? Is there a factor that deals with prior familiarity?
Yes, typically when you see somebody that you know from the past, it's typically a quick decision, a quick recognition, less than a second.
In this case, was that a factor that you believe could have possibly affected the reliability or accuracy of the eyewitness selection in this case?
Yes.
And why is that?
Based on the materials that I reviewed, it appears there may have been prior familiarity.
And, okay, I'll leave that alone. Now let's talk a little bit about, I think you told us there was estimator values, which is the estimators regarding the crime itself, and you talked about weapon focus, duration, drugs and alcohol, stress, and prior familiarity, correct?
Yes.
Let me go back to prior familiarity. In your experience, in your training and experience, if individuals have previously seen somebody before, would you expect for them to have some recognition initially?
It depends on the exposure, but yes.
And would you expect that the individual would say, that person looked familiar to me?
Again, depending on the exposure, yes, you'd expect that.
Okay, and then based on your review of this material, was that present where somebody said that person looked familiar to me before?
That's not my recollection of the testimony or the materials that I reviewed.
Did you review the information regarding law enforcement's showing of what are called sequential photo arrays to various ones of the eyewitnesses / victims?
Yes.
And were you provided with a standard operating procedure from the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office that was in effect in 2010?
Yes, I was.
And I'm going to show you, I'm going to put it up on the screen, Defense Exhibit number 14. Do you recognize that as being the standard operating procedure that you were provided and you reviewed?
The first page of that, yes.
And would you consider, what's your opinion about the standard operating procedure?
In its totality, I think they are recommended procedures. I think for the most part, there might be a few things that I would potentially add, but for the most part, these are recommended best practices in the field.
These were best practices in the field of eyewitness identification and for law enforcement?
Yes.
Now, in this particular SOP, it's got right under here, under definition, it's got blind administration procedures. And you discussed that a little bit earlier. But what is that again?
Blind administration is when the person who's conducting the identification procedure does not know who the suspect is, the police suspect in the case at the time.
In this case, in regard to the identification procedure that was employed with Gonzalo Guevara, was this standard operating procedure followed?
No.
Okay.
Uh-oh, that's not good.
If you want to stand and stretch your legs.
Were you getting tired of that lady there, Loki?
What are we doing?
The computer shut down.
I saw that. I just.
They're trying to get it back up. I'm thinking.
I would like to point out that the blue screen of death was probably intentional by the computer, because blue screen of death.
Actually, what it was a shutdown screen.
But you know what I mean.
Yeah, I know exactly what.
Even the computer's rethinking its life choices.
That's terrible. Judge Sabella's going, damn. Will anything else go wrong today? Is there anything else that can go wrong?
Like, I just don't get it. Yesterday or earlier, the judge is up there playing Candy Crush, rethinking his life choices. Now the computer's like, yeah, maybe I just want them to wipe me, because I won't remember the bullshit.
Well, considering it gets used for at least 2 trials a month, incessantly.
I'm just saying the computer's rethinking its own life choices. In my opinion. Well, while they do that, let me get to the one question. And I'm sorry if it takes me a minute, guys. I'm trying to not talk over them as much as possible, just so everyone can hear everything. What did I star? I starred something. Sandy, wouldn't this be speculation?
Pro tip: stay away from law enforcement as much as humanly possible.
Sorry, Sandy, I'm looking for the original question that I didn't star, apparently.
Are we close? Yes, we are. We approach very quickly. Yeah.
Oh, Jesus, another sidebar. Like, y'all, why don't you just take up residence there? Get your mail forwarded to the judge's chambers. You're going to spend that much time having a sidebar. Just Uber Eats and have your mail forwarded.
Oh, dear. Debbie, don't do that.
Hey, Nick.
It's for blending colors.
Sandy, what was the specific question? Because I have the starred answer, but I can't figure out what the original question was. I'm sorry.
This is the last piece of evidence for the day. I'm be sending it over when it's over. So that's why I'm not giving you a break. You may be wondering why I'm not giving you an afternoon break, but that'll take 30 minutes, and then you come back watch 20 minutes. So we'll get you out of here earlier this way. Oh, they're just trying to find where it was. They have to turn the volume on, so you may hear something that you've already heard, but you've already heard it. So not really an issue. They're just going to try to figure out exactly where it was.
Difficult to do research. Affected the reliability or accuracy of straws and prior familiarity, correct? Yes. To have some recognition initially. It depends on the exposure, but yes. And would you expect that the individual would say that said that person of? Do you recognize that as being the standard operating procedure that you were provided in your review?
The first page of that, yes.
And would you consider what's your opinion about the standard operating procedure?
Its totality,
Okay, I started
they're
Sandy when they
procedures. I think,
break again,
for the
or
most part,
when
might
they
be a few
stop,
things
or
I
doing
would
clean board, and I'll explain.
but for the most part, these are recommended best practices in the field.
These were best practices in the field of eyewitness identification and for law enforcement.
Yes.
And here I was hoping we were going to
Now,
get a
in
break
this
there.
particular SOP,
Well, they said there's only 20 more
right
minutes.
under here under definition, it's got blind administration procedures. And you discussed that a little bit earlier. But what is that again?
Blind administration is when the person who's conducting the identification procedure
Maybe
does
we
not
should
know
have
who
sent
the
that to
suspect
the
is,
firearms
suspect,
expert.
in the case at the time.
In this case,
I'm
with regard
inclined to
the,
agree.
Identification procedure that was employed with
Hmm?
Gonzalo de Vera, was this
I'm inclined to
standard
agree.
operating
This would have
procedure?
probably been better right after the fireworks
And how was it
or
not followed?
firearms expert.
It was not followed because Detective
Well,
Lugo
the amount
knew
that
at the
lady
time
was like
who the suspect was in
blinking.
that procedure.
Why is blind administration something that is a best practice? Why is that the best practice?
It's actually a best practice in many fields. It's a best practice also in, for example, pharmaceutical clinical trials. And it's a best practice because when humans are making decisions, sometimes we can see the things that we want to see, and we can be influenced by our expectations. So if you remove someone's expectations,
Honest,
they
I can
don't
slow it
know
back down,
what
but
answer they're
people
supposed to get,
couldn't.
then it completely
It was just
eliminates
so
the
slow.
possibility as to
We were
why
trying to
they
catch up.
why did this witness or why did this person say
How far back are we?
Now, in this standard operating procedure, if we look on the second page, we'll see under E, and where it says
About
include a minimum
6
of 5
minutes.
fillers per identification procedure. Then it says
It
once
won't
the
take
photos
too
are
much
selected,
longer
the
then.
investigator administrator shall mark the back of each
I
photo
mean,
with
if people
sequential
can't
numbers
understand it, I'll slow it back
and
down.
the order in which they were shown on the lineup sequence form. Was that done here?
For which particular
For Gonzalo de Vera?
no.
And why is this the best practice, that once the fillers are selected, that on the back of the photo, they're numbered?
My understanding is that it's practical. What if images were to fall to the ground, and now we don't have any record of the order. In addition, another part of the standard operating procedure is that if a witness goes through the sequential lineup and they say, for example, no to everyone, and they say, can I do it again? Can I see those photos again? The standard operating procedure here says that the officer should shuffle the photographs, shuffle the order, and then show it to the witness again. So it would be extremely difficult to record the actual order of the photos that were viewed if they weren't numbered in any way, because they would be in different orders the second time than the first. So that's why it's a best practice.
When somebody's when law enforcement is selecting fillers for a photo pack, are they supposed to select fillers that fit the description of their target suspect?
No
Or
shit,
are they
Sherlock.
supposed to select fillers that fill the description that was given by the eyewitnesses?
Well,
If
in
you
general,
put 6
recommended
different
practice
races
is
up,
that
it's
you
going
use
to be
the witness's
obvious.
description, to make sure that everybody in the identification procedure matches that description, rather than looking at the appearance of the suspect.
And you looked at the fillers that were used in the photo pack that was displayed to to Gonzalo Guevara, correct?
Yes.
And did those fillers fit the description of the suspects, the general description that was put out by the suspects when they were interviewed by law enforcement the early morning hours of November 25th, 2010?
Not all of them did, no.
Did you also review a transcript of a reporting that was made after the identification procedure had taken place?
With Gonzalo Guevara, yes.
And did you make any note of the manner in which the questioning was made during that reporting that is not consistent with the best practices for eyewitness identification procedures?
I can't think of anything off the top of my head that was inconsistent with the procedures.
Is when a detective is interviewing an eyewitness, should they ask open-ended questions or leading questions?
Open-ended questions.
And why is that?
Because it suggests a particular answer. In particular, if the witness knows not what they're supposed to say, but what the person might be looking for. So if the person who's interviewing them has information, they might seek that as, oh, this person might know something that I either can't recall at this time, or it might have information that I don't have.
And is that an open-ended question or a leading question?
Yay,
What would
Debbie.
suggest the answer?
A leading question.
I'm going to show you the first page of the Hillsborough County Photo or Live Lineup Viewing Instructions form that was filled out by Detective Lugo and used in the presentation to Gonzalo Guevara. Did you see the section where it looks like somebody wrote over a number?
Yes.
Is that best practices?
I would not consider that best practice.
And going through these photographs, these are the fillers. Did that person fit the general description that was given by the witnesses?
Objection. Proper opinion.
Did that person fit the general description?
My opinion is no, it's not.
Number 2, did that person fit the general description?
No.
Why not?
The hair is far too long, in my opinion, based on the materials I reviewed in this case.
Showing you number 5. Did this individual fit the general description?
No.
Why not?
He's not husky, large.
Did number 6, did he fit the
Is
general
she
general
fat
description?
shaming?
No.
The pictures?
The age is too old.
Did anybody describe a receding hairline?
No.
Is she fat shaming
Based on your
pictures?
training and experience, your review of the information in this particular case, did you believe that the manner in which this sequential photographic lineup was presented to Gonzalo Guevara was a factor that affected the accuracy and reliability of the eyewitness selection?
It could have affected the reliability, yes.
Now, Jose Rodriguez, were you aware of whether or not law enforcement conducted themselves in accordance with the standard operating procedure that was in effect in 2010 when they first presented the sequential photo lineup to Jose Rodriguez on November 25th, 2010 at about 4 p.m.?
My recollection is that the standard operating procedures were followed, perhaps with the exception of some of the fillers.
And subsequent to that, is it ever good for an eyewitness to receive information that somebody is actually the perpetrator of the crime before they make a selection?
Objection to form.
Is it ever appropriate? Is it the best practices for an individual to be susceptible to information saying this is the person that perpetrated this crime before they make a selection?
No, because this is the contamination issue that I discussed earlier, that you would be concerned that the person's memory for the original person and their original memory could be influenced by things that they learned after the fact.
And going along with that, is it ever best practices for an individual to not only get information that a certain person is the perpetrator of the crime before they make a selection process, but in addition
Again,
to that,
this
after
would be
that, they
called
show one photograph?
confirmation bias.
Is that best practices?
No, the show up identification that I use in my own dissertation research, the best practices that should be used only in exigent circumstances or right away after the commission of the crime. It's a live person that law enforcement would use rather than a single photograph.
In this particular case, law enforcement did not engage in the single photo show up to Jose Rodriguez.
That's correct.
The law enforcement involvement had been the blind administration procedure.
The double blind sequential lineup, yes, with instructions.
Based on your review of the information in this case, is the information that was received by Jose Rodriguez prior to him making the selection from the single photo and the single photo that was shown to him by a friend factors that could have affected the accuracy of his selection of Michael Keetley as the perpetrator of this crime?
Yes.
Now, what about the fact that
Oh,
what if there's a
that's
scenario
gonna be
where law enforcement violates their standard operating procedure?
well,
Do not
laser scanners would
follow
be
that
easier,
procedure,
certainly.
and they don't blindly
I do
administer
this.
a sequential photo array to a victim. And they have two victims.
We're born.
And they go to one victim and in violation of their standard operating procedure, and they do the sequential photo array, and that victim doesn't identify anybody. And then they go to the second victim and they show the sequential photo array, once again, not blind, not following their standard operating procedure. And the second victim
This is what I
identifies somebody
about.
out of that photo array. Does that mean that the law enforcement officer didn't, even unintentionally, suggest in any manner who the perpetrator may be to the second victim that identified the individual?
No, so the actions in the first identification procedure do not necessarily relate to the second victim in your scenario.
Why not?
Well, in your scenario, we don't know exactly what was said or what was communicated to the witnesses or victims in either scenario.
Now we'll just get the
My own
version
research on
that
double-blind
works
administration,
that
it's
they
not
use
the case
that
that
they
every
strap
single witness
at.
who shows an identification procedure makes a selection and picks someone. So even in non-blind administration, where the
Problem,
person
of
who
course,
knows
is
who
they
the
grow up
suspect is
quick. You
conducting it,
have to
there's not
replace them
always
every year,
a positive identification of
or at
someone.
least every other year.
So we would expect, in fact, almost in half of identification procedures run by law enforcement, that someone's not going to get picked at all.
Is that because some people don't pick up cues?
It's possible some people don't pick up cues. It could be just a weak memory. It could be the wrong person. There are a whole host of reasons why.
Now let's talk a little bit about confidence. When somebody says that they're 1,000% sure or 100% sure, tell us about that a little bit.
So when a witness expresses their confidence or certainty in their identification decision, it's their expression of how they feel, right, about that kind of matched memory. And in kind of general terms, the best practices are when an eyewitness has viewed what we call best practices, double-blind administration, the pre-lineup instructions, part of the standard operating procedures. When that victim or witness makes a very confident identification, it's more likely to be accurate. But that's when the best practices have been used.
And is confidence necessarily related to accuracy?
Not in all circumstances. And as I said, when best practices are used, that confidence statement of the witness can be very useful at the time of the
Mayor, read these comments.
During your review of this case, did you find any factors that may have inflated the victim's confidence in their selection of Michael Keetley?
Well, I don't have as I understand it, no audio of the actual identification procedure or no video of the actual identification procedure. And so it's impossible for me to know whether there's anything specifically that did influence his confidence.
Your Honor, if I could have a second. If a witness, kind of along the lines of what we talked about a little bit with Jose Rodriguez, if a
We could too.
There's a context, Mayor.
had a picture of the perpetrator on it, or here are discussions that a certain individual had been a person that committed this crime.
Of course.
A factor that would affect that individual's reliability and accuracy of their eyewitness selection.
Yes, it could be another form of the contamination that I talked about earlier.
I don't have any other questions at this time.
Good afternoon.
What happened?
There's a number of variables.
Dumped it.
As you described it, concerning eyewitness identification. It indicated that they could have affected reliability in any given identification in this case. Is that correct?
That's correct.
However, you don't know for a fact whether any of these variables actually impacted or affected any of the witness identifications in these cases.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Nothing.
And this witness gets excused by the defense?
Yes.
And by the state? Thank you. Ms. Keetley, you get excused the witness at this time.
Off the camera. Oh, another sidebar. This is apparently their last witness for this is apparently the last piece of evidence today. So
I would like to point out they just need to have their mail forwarded to the judge's bench at this point.
well, it's the prosecutor specifically. She's the one that keeps asking.
Whatever, I don't care who, but we taking a residence over there.
Oh no. Hell, teenage girls do that shit these days. Do shit like that these days too. Getting hard to differentiate in some cases. Oh, yikes!
Yeah. Are you less confused now, Mayor Wrench?
The attorneys about the schedule for tomorrow. I'm going to let you go today, and then I'm going to bring you back at 12:30 tomorrow. So go ahead and eat before you come in your lunch, because we're going to go from 12:30, and we expect to finish tomorrow the presentation of evidence. We're not going to do the closing arguments, though. We're going to bring you back Friday morning for closing arguments, and then get you out to start deliberating Friday afternoon. And I will let you know that under those circumstances where we're doing closings first thing Friday morning, I will order pizza again, so you can eat while you're deliberating. Or
Okay, we don't need to hear their lunch plans.
Okay.
Hold on. So, Sandy, you asked this. So what they did is they did it via meta-analysis, which means they took academic papers, and they were ones that were double-blind randomized or done using appropriate research methods. And then they do a meta-analysis and they look at, in all of the cases where X factor was in play, how many times were they right or wrong? And that's how they can kind of know what the victims were focused on. After the fact, you talk to witnesses or victims and say, well, why did you pick this person? Or what factors led you to pick this person? Or in the meta-analysis, they'll also take like wrongfully convicted and wrongfully identified and look for the common thread. I know in my area, because I've been a part of it a few times, that instead of using like mugshots, because some studies have shown there's an inherent bias in people identifying when they already know the person had a criminal history because they're booking photos. They'll either use driver's license photos, or some of those photos will be police officers. I've been identified a few times in photo lineups, and I wasn't even in the state. I was traveling for work. They just used my picture because I fit the general characteristics of the suspect. So, after talking to them, or after looking at the analysis, what was important to them and why victims of a crime focused on and selected what they did out of a lineup array. If that makes sense. You don't know specifically what they're focused on other than what they tell you, but they'll question you after the fact, or they will do a study where, let's say we all go to Dave and Buster's, and I come up and talk to you, and then you find other people that are my general height, weight, and have dark hair, and you put all of those pictures up, but you have, one thing different. They're heavier than me. Their hair's a different length than mine. And then they would see if that affected it. And if a gun was pointed at you, yeah. Debbie, 100%. And it's the same thing. Why did, Debbie, I don't know if you were a loyal viewer then or a channel member then, because I actually did talk about this. When women and people want to customize a firearm and they Cerakote, which is like powder coating it, bright pink. I brought up why I disagree with doing that and the problem. And the problem is exactly what you're asking. If you know I carry a gun every day, right? And you call and falsely accuse me of pulling a gun on you in traffic because of road rage. If you know for a fact I own a pink gun, you're going to be able to tell the police officer, well, she had a pink gun. I don't know what the person that pointed at me looked like. I was too fixated on the fact that a bright pink gun was being pointed at me and I thought I was going to die. So you've kind of introduced bias by having a very customized weapon. So that's why it's always better to have a generic black pistol, generic stainless and black, because it's harder to say what they saw compared to if they already know the gun was pink. You're not going to find that many pink firearms. And they'll say they couldn't identify me because they were fixated on the gun. And in that case, what you do is you say, okay, you're fixated at the weapon pointed at you. What stood out to you about the gun that was pointed at you? It was pink. Okay, end of discussion. Kind of easy. What were you focused on with that gun? Well, it was all silver and had a holographic sight on top. And you don't give them a lineup of the shooter. You give them a lineup of guns with similar characteristics from the viewpoint that they would have seen the gun. So if they're saying it was in the waistband of your pants, they would take a whole bunch of pictures of guns tucked into the waistbands of pants. That would have been the view you got. Or looking at a pistol, looking down the barrel. That's the aspect you would have focused on. So they go with that instead of the person. if that makes any sense.
Does to me.
Yeah. Maddie, they asked my permission, but technically they don't have to if they're pulling pictures out of the driver's license database, which happens a lot.
Mm-hmm.
You
Here,
inherently,
almost
and,
exclusively.
and in most states, you inherently agree to have your photo used for that when you get a driver's license.
Or any kind of state issued ID.
Yeah, I was just going to shorten it. I mean, you can name 75 kinds of IDs. I'm just trying to make sure I answered people's questions.
All right.
Even though I'm not a lawyer. I do the other stuffs.
But not the arguing bit.
I do the shooting stuff, and I do the other stuffs that involve police lineups or controlled buys of things. So I know kind of why they do what they do and how. But I just want to make sure that I answer questions in chat anybody had. Okay, well, they're done for the day. So I don't smoke because, I don't need the help with tanking my health. But I'll give it like 10 minutes, and then I'm going to cut this, and then I'll pop up a stream for tonight to discuss some of the other things that we said we were going to talk about, because I wasn't going to do any of this until I started getting text messages this morning.
Did anybody want like a quiplash or a murder or trivia murder party?
Hold on 1 second, Croc.
Okay. So I admitted I didn't get to play earlier.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry. Food question. Yeah, Sandy, I'm gonna do other stuff tonight because I promised you guys that I would finish the firearms. Stupid. I had a bunch of requests for for people that are completely new to guns. We also need to touch on the Hannah Gutierrez Reed thing, and we said we were going to look at the Crumley parents' appellate decision and appellate argument. So I will do that later tonight. Yeah, Maddie, I may send you a link for that reason. I have your stuff. But if Croc wants to, we can do a round or so of Quiplash. I have no problem with that. I just want to make sure before we move on to Quiplash or anything like that, that I answered your questions or questions any of you guys had during this 5.5 hours of absolute insanity. That I may have either not answered or missed, because I know John gets technical into the law and all of that stuff. And I just want to make sure I answer everybody's questions, because my entire channel is based on, firearms, self-defense, crime, emergency services, and making fun of stupid for the most part. But I try to take difficult topics like school shootings and put them into non-triggering educational conversation, if that makes sense. And I try to approach difficult topics with compassion. I've always said I'm not Emily D. Baker level. I love Emily. It's nothing against Emily. I love Emily. I watch her regularly. but I'm not that level of PC with chats, but I'm not Nick Ricada. So I try to come up with a happy balance, if that makes any sense. Let's go for 9 o'clock. 8:45 tonight we'll do, if that works for you guys. Or 9. What works better, Croc?
9 in theory.
Okay, let's put it up for 9 in theory. And then if you're not back, you can join in whenever you get here. But let's post it so people are, so we have a decision.
Really, it's the only question is going to be dinner. So that would be it.
But that's fine. I'm just saying, if you have to be late or you're put yourself on mute while you eat, because I was eating lunch on mute at one point.
Yeah.
I don't mind. At 9. Okay, 9's fine. We'll put one up.
9 Eastern. That'll be 6 Pacific.
Yeah, Maddie. Well, thank you, Maddie. I try to I always say I'm not the candy man. I don't sugarcoat things. Anubis, guilty on all counts across the board. If you rewind a little bit in the stream, I switched over to the verdict reading for you guys before I switched back over to the trial. So you guys could hear the verdict. I already did that. So if you want to scroll back to see that. Yeah, I tried to make the conversation safe but blunt. Hold on, Croc. Give me 1 second to pull that up. To pull Quiplash up. Because I was doing 16 things at once. Working school shootings, working cases that involve violence and kids, all of that stuff. I try to do it in the most gentle and respectful way I can, without venturing into it is too PC and too sensitive, so it doesn't have the intended impact. And I've always tried hard, and I always try to give plenty of warnings, and I always say, if you need to step away, or if you need me to adjust how I'm saying something, I try, because I want to educate people, and the only way we get through good conversation on tough topics is when we have safe conversation about tough topics.
All right. Let me know when you're ready.
I'm ready. I'm just waiting for the code.
Okay. Just a second here.
Room code, you got it. CYBP.
Come on, guys. We need some more. Come on, Thomas. You too. Let's go. Yeah. Here's a Gabby. It could be a moon. It could be a banana. It could be, I know of a lot of other things.
It could also be a crescent.
What?
It could also be a crescent moon.
Yes.
Or a croissant and baked goods. You never know. Depends on what you are.
The best
I was
are
just mad the other night that someone took my little tombstone. I am the only Romanian vampire. You may not steal my tombstone.
All right, there is Anubis. Thomas is walking Brutus. Brutus is small and cute. And of course, Anubis is still a poop stain.
Maddie, I think I talked about my experience with male SA survivors. If it was a stream you didn't catch, maybe I'll do it again because it's an important conversation. And I think, I was able to bring a decent amount of light to it, but let me know. I don't remember what I did. I don't remember what I did this morning half the time.
Pretty sure Brutus only thinks he's a direwolf. All right.
That has officially hit me. The low blood sugar has officially struck. Also known as Stephanie needs to show food in it now. But I haven't been able to eat in 8 days, 9 days.
Anubis, I like it. Yes. Wow.
Okay, well, while we're giving people a few minutes, for people to get, for Melanie, people to come into the chat. Croc, do you want to toss up a poll, or do you want to put out the options of all the stories we need to cover so people can vote on what we do? And then what?
Well, we can only do 4 at a time, so.
Okay, well then, but I'm just saying, but
Yeah,
because
give me a second.
I want to try to cover things in the order people want them. I hate bread. Ew. When you won't give me my chicken without bread. Maddie, it would be buried in a stream. It wouldn't have been in a title. I can cover it again. It's an important conversation to have. And if it's a conversation you want to be a part of, you're always welcome.
Hold on, gotta find it.
Hedinger, at least it isn't donkey stuff. I don't know. I'm a Dole Whip person, as evidenced by the Dole Whip tangent earlier. Becky, this is a really fun game called Quiplash. Join in. It's great. Go to jackbox.tv, and it's a really fun group trivia game, and you get to type silly answers. And we're not PC. We tend to make our answers jokes, especially lair channel jokes, or jokes about other people in the lair that we all know are done in good. I don't want to say in good taste because they're not always done in good taste, but are about people like when we make fun of Croco that won't take it personally, and that it'll all be funny and fun. It's all in good fun. Nobody's attacking anybody in a mean way, if that makes any sense. It's fun. Jackbox.tv, it's a browser, you don't have to buy anything, and then you enter the room code, and then you get to play, and it's fun. I fixed it, Melanie. I fixed it. Stop it.
Okay. Well, this must be out of date.
Melanie, I meant more than I guess good fun than good taste. True, Hedinger. We do the murder mystery one is the trivia one, but sleep deprived. Becky, you can watch as long as you would like, and you can join the audience once it starts.
Oh, I know what I'm doing wrong. Okay. Okay, I know what it. Right, I think I got this now. Oh, I thought we
I'm back.
Sorry, I managed to misplace the options for creating.
Okay.
So I'm looking for it. I'll find it.
That's fine. But we can start this. It's fine.
Oh yeah.
You have arrived. This is Quiplash 3, the college years. Schmitty here, and you're there, so that means you all found the secret map. Great. If you didn't
Maddie,
know
we
it,
do, and we do
don't.
have an R-rated version on all my night streams.
And now, round one. You're going to see 2 prompts on your device. Answer each one with a brilliant response. Soon, you'll go up against another player's answers while everyone else votes for their favorite. You'll rake in the points based on the percentage of people who dig your response. Got it? Great.
Raz will answer that in a minute. I know where it is. For those that were asking about the Etsy thing, Kara does pay a service fee, but she accounts for it in everything. So it's not like I'm not monetized yet, but when I do get monetized, YouTube will take 40% of everything you super chat me and like 20% of all membership money and some of the ad revenue. That's why a lot of people we included have things like PayPal and Venmo and stuff if you don't want to give
Okay, I'm not responsible for what
YouTube
happens
money.
next.
And on top of it, some countries
Let's set it
do
off
not
with
do it through
a
YouTube.
name for the TV show Friends.
Certain countries, you can't just click the super chat thing.
It's choosing time.
And some people just find it easier to just do it through YouTube. But yeah, Maddie, at night, it is literally degenerate. It gets bad.
And now, good idea, reusable bags. Bad idea, reusable blank. All right, people, it's voting time.
There it is. All right.
Next on the docket, a deodorant scent designed by a dog. And now, pick your favorite.
Du jour, oh boy.
Next we have the weirdest thing you could tell your hairdresser. Give me the blank. Time to pick the one you like best.
Go, Melanie.
Moving right along. Name a snack food for mummies. Here's the fun part. Pick your favorite quip.
So we've got the newbie stream, the Gutierrez Reed decision or filing, and there was at least two more.
We had Crumley. New.
Crumbly.
We had the Crumley, the appellate thing with Crumley. The new stream, the armor from Rust.
Round one is but a memory. Let's see those scores.
I'm trying to think. Go Anubis.
Yeah, no shit.
Round two is here, and the points are doubled, so stop talking about round one already.
Oh. There you are. I thought there was one more. Oh, parent calibers.
Yeah, that was another one.
Then there was.
Wait. Gutierrez Reed, Crumley, Noob Stream, Parent Caliber. There was something else. Oh, the rest of the gun stuff from yesterday and this morning. Oh, and then they took death off the table for Lori Vallow Daybell.
Yep.
Death is still on the table for Chad, but not Lori. And the Gannon Stout trial is going to be starting soon. And I did
Debbie wanted to talk about Sheila Keen Warren.
Yeah, I told her I would help stream out.
For next month. I only have 4 options open. So
No. I'm just saying in general. I'm lucky another day of the week.
Start with a solid pickup line for a hockey player. Okay, pick one.
Amanda, that happens a lot.
And here we have a heartfelt dedication in a book that would make you immediately not want to read the book. Okay, everybody, pick your favorite quip.
What do you mean, Maddie?
And we should go with that.
Let's see the next one. A pretty unprofessional name for an office chat channel. All right, choose your favorite.
All right, we now have a poll, folks. Everybody votes. Ooh, oh wow.
Without further ado, what Jupiter says about other planets when it gets drunk. All right, vote for the one you like best.
Ooh. Okay. We got some.
Ignore that ring. Ignore the ring. They're not monogamous. That's funny.
Shade.
All right, check this out. God's short review of humanity.
It's fucked.
Now it gets real. Pick your favorite.
I would have gone with mostly harmless.
Round 2 is no more, but how did you score? I'm sorry, that was not intentional.
Yes, it was. And Debbie's on the scoreboard. Yay!
Get ready for
Man.
Amanda's kicking ass.
Yes, she is.
A final round to end all rounds. You'll each receive a prompt that requires 3 separate responses. Easy stuff. And since we have an odd number of players, you'll be squaring off against me.
Uh-oh.
Technology,
This should actually make it easier for you, Debbie. Some of us can spot a quiplash a mile away. Okay, we got 5 votes.
Oh, I can't spell as usual.
Aha! That's what it is. Gotcha. Okay. I won't have any more problems finding that. Come on, Melanie, you can do it. We have faith in you.
Just a few seconds left. Let's take a peek.
Cool. You got it.
The 3 things every good orgy has. Decisions. Choose your favorite.
Damn it.
Oh. Yikes.
What?
I couldn't get in there in enough time. Oh.
The 3 most common injuries suffered by Santa Claus.
Priapism's got to be in here somewhere. Damn.
Okay, choose your favorite.
Oh.
Make 3 bold predictions that are sure to come true in the next year. And now it's time to vote for your favorite.
I'm surprised nobody took a swipe at me this time. Yay!
Give me time.
Oh, I'm sure. We haven't seen yours yet, Loki. Because we got one more pair left, I think.
Nothing to do now but see those final scores.
Oh, we did see yours, Loki. I remember. I'm the one. I'm the audience member. Okay, folks. Probably time to wrap this up.
Okay. Well, we'll see you guys later tonight. Right, Croc?
Yep.
Okay. We'll see you guys later. Thanks for being here all day, beasties. And any John visitors that had to be subjected to us.
Yep, we'll see you in a while.
See you in a little while, guys. Bye.
Bye-bye.